Hello and good evening. This is an audio test to our live stream, Long Beach City College. Long Beach City College Board of Trustees meeting. Once again, this is an audio test to the live stream. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Vivian Malaulu, and I'm the current president of the Long Beach Community College District Board of Trustees. Today is Wednesday, November 18th, and welcome to our regularly scheduled meeting. Just as a reminder to the public, our trustees and our staff are practicing social distancing in response to the coronavirus COVID-19 pandemic. We are using video conference technology to hold today's meeting as we have since the pandemic began earlier this year. Governor Gavin Newsom issued an executive order that declared a state of emergency. The executive order also updated the Brown Act regarding public meetings in response to the health crisis that we are currently facing. Today's remote meeting does meet the updated Brown Act requirements. And Madam Secretary, if you can please take roll. And by the way, I did call the meeting to order. It was 4:31 by my clock. Is that what you had, Madam Secretary?
I do now, yes.
Got it. Okay. Would you please take roll?
Sure. Virginia Baxter. Here. Doug Otto. Vivian Malaulu.
Here.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk.
Here.
And Sunny Zia.
Here. Thank you. Section 1.3 on the agenda. Do we have any public comments on closed session items?
No requests, Board President.
Thank you. And now we will adjourn to closed session. We do have one, I'm sorry, before we do, let me announce that we have one item under closed session. It is item 1.4, personnel pursuant to Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Performance Evaluation, title Superintendent President. And hearing no discussion on that, I'll adjourn to closed session. And if you are tuning in, we will be back as close to 5:30 as possible for the regular meeting. Thank you, everyone. Good evening, everyone. The time on my clock here is 5:31 p.m. Today is Wednesday, November 18th, 2020. My name is Vivian Malauulu, and I'm the current president of the Long Beach Community College District Board of Trustees. I would like to welcome all of you to our regularly scheduled board meeting for the evening. Madam Secretary, let me make the announcement first, and then I'll ask you to please take roll. So just for the benefit of the public, just to let you know that the Board of Trustees, as well as district staff, we are all practicing social distance in response to the coronavirus COVID-19 pandemic. We are using video conferencing technology to hold today's meeting. Governor Gavin Newsom issued an executive order that declared a state of emergency early in the year. And as a result of that, some of the guidelines of the Brown Act were loosened. Some of the restrictions were updated. And with regards to public meetings, we are able to host these meetings remotely. Today's remote meeting does meet the updated Brown Act requirements. And for the members of the public who wish to submit public comments, you can do so in writing via email. And there's a phone number set up where you could call and leave a voicemail. And now we're going to go to the Pledge of Allegiance, and I have asked Trustee Otto to please lead us in the flag salute today. And there's a very special reason why. We'll get to that in a little bit. Trustee Otto, you are on mute.
Am I off mute now?
Yes, you are.
Good. Okay, thanks. So please place your right hand over your heart and repeat after me. I pledge
I
allegiance
pledge allegiance to the flag
of the
of the United States of America
and to the republic which stands one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Go Dodgers.
Thank you very much, Trustee Otto. And Madam Secretary, if you could please take roll call.
Student trustee Jimenez,
Present.
Virginia Baxter. Here. Doug Otto,
Here.
Vivian Malauulu,
Here.
Uduak Joe Ntuk,
Here.
and Sunny Zia.
Here.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. And section 2.4 on the agenda, we do not have a report out on closed session item, but I would like to acknowledge and thank Mr. Bernard Luskin, who is here with us at the meeting, for his guidance as he took us through the closed session superintendent president board evaluation. He's been working with us for the past couple of months, and he will continue working with us. So thank you, Mr. Luskin, for being with us this evening.
My pleasure.
And now we're moving on to section 2.5 on the agenda. You will note that we did, during our board prep earlier this week, reorganize the agenda a little bit. Today is Trustee Doug Otto's last official regular board meeting after 16 years of service to this board. And I had a little catch in my throat there. I've had the pleasure of serving with Trustee Otto for the past 4 years. And as many of you are aware, he has been elected to the Long Beach Unified School District Board to represent that area, also Area 4 of the district. And he will be sworn into on that board on December 15th. So he's actually going to be with us until December 11th. He's going to have 4 days as an ordinary citizen. So I'm going to have to call and check on you every day of those 4 days to see how you're coping there. But we do have a series of recognitions for Trustee Otto. And what I'd like to do is I would like to, Luann, if you don't mind guiding us through this. I know that Stacy is on board, and I know there's a couple of other things happening. So if you don't mind taking over from here, I really appreciate that. And then I'm sure Trustee Otto would also like to say a few words at some point.
Sure, I'd be happy to do that. We have a video that our staff have put together. I want to thank them for that and thank the people who also contributed to this video. And I think we'll turn to Dario now. And Dario, you can give us a roll with the video here.
Tonight, we will be saying goodbye and thank you to Trustee Doug Otto, who is completing his 4th term as an elected trustee at Long Beach City College. Doug has been a great friend and colleague over the 16 years he has served on the board, and I am very pleased to be able to present this tribute. Many of you know Doug as the thoughtful, measured lawyer who keeps a professional demeanor at each meeting. But there are also many of us who know Doug as the guy who picks up the phone on a regular basis to talk through every thorny issue and major initiative facing the college. I can say with all certainty that few trustees have had the impact on LBCC that Doug Otto has had. Though Doug was first elected as a trustee in 2004, his connection with LBCC goes back many years. Doug spent the first year of college at LBCC, where his academic achievements earned him a full scholarship to Stanford University. In the succeeding years, Doug became one of the most effective trustees the college has ever seen. He has been a leader in the education community in Long Beach, but also an education leader on the state and national level. I'll give you only a few of Doug's accomplishments here at LBCC. He was part of the leadership team that formulated the Long Beach College Promise. He chaired bond measure campaigns in 2008 and 2016, which provided a staggering $1.29 billion for campus modernization. He introduced the policy of setting board goals and accountability measures and established a board audit committee. And he championed student success through Guided Pathways, one of the college's most important programs. But the thing that stands out most for me is his sense of integrity, his dedication to the college, his invaluable and steady leadership through good times and bad times, good budgets and bad budgets, and his belief in the importance of shared governance as the key to sustained progress. More than anything, though, Doug always placed the interests of students first. Doug shows by example that he clearly understands what an education means to the students who come through our doors. It has been a great personal honor for me to work with Doug over many years. He has and continues to be a friend, a mentor, and an advisor. Doug, you will be missed. Now there are a few others that have been colleagues over the years that would like to wish you well.
Doug Otto, how are you? It's your favorite mayor, Robert, and I just wanted to join these just amazing kind of tributes that are going to be happening about your service. And Doug, I think you know that you and I worked together for a long time prior to me being mayor. In fact, I worked when you were a trustee. I was our communications director for the district and for the college, and so I worked with you all the time and I tried to make you and what the trustees were doing look good out in the community and really tell the Long Beach City College story. I want to thank you for always supporting me in that role and in roles since. I really enjoyed working with you and for you as a trustee. And I really appreciate you also leading my transition team when I got elected mayor. You set us and me on the right path to really rebuild our city. And now, of course, you lead the board. I mean, you are a legend at the college, Doug. Your intellect, your ideas have made an impact, a huge one on this community and the college. But now you move on to another great institution, and that is, of course, the Long Beach Unified School District. I'm really excited for you in your new role there. I think you're going to be a great voice and really bring, again, that level of research and planning that you're so good at. You're just excellent at that work. We're still colleagues and friends. I just wish you and Frida the best as you transition into this exciting new role.
Doug Otto, congratulations on your 16 years of service to the Long Beach City Community College Board. Why have you been successful? I think it's very simple. Doug Otto, along with his wife Frida, are a Long Beach institution. You know Long Beach, you know our people, you've done our community a great deal of benefit on the board and certainly off the board as well. Now, why have you been so beneficial to the Long Beach Community College Board and really the students at Long Beach Community College for the last 16 years is because you've been a great advocate for students. You've always had, as a focus, students in mind. On the board, you made wise decisions that serve the students and the faculty throughout the years, but also people should acknowledge your role at the state level. You were very active at the state level as your assembly member, your voice in Sacramento, a teacher myself, a community college graduate myself. I can't thank you enough as well for advocating for all community college students across the state of California. So to Doug Otto, thank you for all you've done on the Community College Board, but also all you've done across the state of California to advocate for students and really the future of California. So thank you, Doug Otto. Thank you, thank you.
I'm Bernie Luskin. I'm the retired chancellor of the Ventura County Community College District and the former chair of the AACC Board of Directors and the chief operating officer for the American Association of Community Colleges. My comments today are from both Dr. Terry O'Banion and me. Terry is a recognized international community college leader. He's past president of the League for Innovation in the Community College, but he couldn't be here today, so I'm speaking for both of us. We've known Doug and Frida Otto for many years. I'm a proud alumni of Long Beach City College and Cal State Long Beach, and I've served as president of the statewide CEO organization, so I speak from firsthand experience. Doug Otto is one of the most valued community college leaders in America. He's respected at the local, the state, and the national levels. I worked with Doug while he served as president of the Board of Trustees of the Community College League of California. Doug is known and respected by every trustee that oversees the 115 community colleges and the 2 million students in California community colleges. Terry O'Banion and I agreed that Doug Otto is a genuine giant in the community college world. Doug is acknowledged by his peers as one of the most effective trustees in the whole community college movement. If we had more trustees like Doug Otto, our colleges would have many fewer problems and students everywhere would benefit. Doug is a leader among leaders. He is a lawyer among lawyers. With fellow trustees and administrators, Doug spearheaded the Long Beach College Promise program. It developed into a national college program with nationwide effect, partly thanks to Doug. Doug Otto is the single most effective trustee with whom I have had the privilege of working, and I've been CEO of 8 separate colleges and universities. I'm honored to call Doug Otto my friend. He is not really leaving. Doug will continue building a leadership bridge to somewhere as he joins the Board of Trustees of the Long Beach Unified School District and helps Long Beach students from preschool through university. Doug is a true education leader from preschool through grade. He's a special person, and this is a well-deserved recognition.
Hello, Long Beach City College. It's a pleasure to be with you to talk about Doug Otto. So I was asked the question, what does Trustee Doug Otto mean to the California community colleges? To me, what he has meant is commitment, dedication. Those 2 words capture who Trustee Doug Otto is to me. I had the pleasure of working with him and working for him. And in those early days of his trusteeship, he was one of those trustees that modeled courage, modeled student-centeredness. He participated early on in a number of efforts to focus attention on student success. He has always been committed to it. He has served not only the community of Long Beach, but he has served on many, many statewide work groups, national associations committed to this question of student success. So I truly believe that Long Beach City College is better for his service, but also the California community college system. And to me personally, he's been a friend, a colleague, and a great trustee to work with and to work for. So congratulations, Doug, on your election to the Long Beach Unified School Board. We are going to miss you in the California Community Colleges. I know that you are not going to shift your attention from students and that you're going to take your experience to the Long Beach Unified School Board and improve life for all Long Beach students there as well. So I'm eternally grateful for your service, Doug. You've meant a lot to this system, and you've meant a lot to the community of Long Beach, and your legacy will only continue to grow. Congratulations.
Doug Otto, in his leadership role at the league and on the trustee board, really brought a credibility and a stature and respect for trustees statewide. Just by virtue of the fact that he focused on policy, understood the role of the trustee, and really would only speak at consultation council or in the building in Sacramento when it mattered on key essential issues at the policy level. He also was very good at maintaining and strengthening the relationship between the trustees and the CEOs at the board level in Sacramento. Also, professional development for trustees. He brought in a renowned speaker on open education resources, which was an important issue for him and for trustees at the time. He also strengthened the relationship between the Athletic Association of Community Colleges and the league, which went to the benefit of all of our athletic programs statewide. I think at the end of the day, what I'll remember is, one, his focus on the importance of relationships, how he always showed his appreciation to the league staff for whatever we did and for his colleagues, and his tremendous work ethic. Doug brought a work ethic that I think is kind of unparalleled, but he was very effective, only spoke when it was important, and had a tremendous impact on bringing the trustee policy position and role to Sacramento.
Doug Otto lives a people-centered life. He brought his passion for educating and lifting people through scholarship to his role as our trustee, and we are better for it. The LBCC Lead Academy is an example of Doug's commitment to empowering people. As the inspiration and motivation behind the Lead Academy, Doug paved the way by having us read books and articles that proved when people come together for a common good, miracles happen. Doug played a vital role in developing teaching modules and curriculum for the Lead Academy. Not content to simply get the program started, Doug and his wife Frida also took an active role and hosted the annual cohorts to their lovely home, providing an opportunity for employees to get to know him on a personal level. Typical of Doug, he made sure he knew the name of every lead participant in each cohort and was truly interested in their journey. Within a month of the Lead Academy's first cohort coming together, the climate of the college began to change in positive ways. People started smiling again. The program participants reminded us that there is much more that unites us than divides us. Doug reminded us that empowered, contributing, and valued people are happy people. With the close ties we have with the Long Beach Unified School District through the Promise, we are not losing Doug, but gaining a sage historian, advocate, and visionary leader within our K-12 system. Thank you, my friend, for your inspirational leadership, guidance, and love for the work and people of our college.
Hey, Dougie, not to age ourselves, but ever since we attended Marshall Junior High School and Millikan High School together back in the 1960s, the early 1960s, you've been in one leadership position or another. Hey, as long as we don't look in the mirror anymore, after all these years, everything's going to be okay. And now look what's happened. Everything has come full circle. After 16 years of outstanding service on the Board of Trustees, you'll be digging deeper into your roots as a member of the Board of Education for the Long Beach Unified School District. You'll be right back where you started, and the college's loss will be the Unified District's gain. You know, Doug, the main thing that stands out to me about your service to the college is that you have always looked at issues through the eyes of students, and this has not gone unnoticed. You understood students by continually attending student-oriented events, being out in the quad talking with students, and adopting a student-first philosophy with your decision-making. Everybody wins when that mantra is practiced. Bravo. Finally, knowing you have always had Frida at your side to give you great counsel, it was definitely a good run. Thanks for being a great team player, Doug. Onward and upward, my friend.
Hi, Dad. On behalf of the whole family, the Brennemans, the Hinchies, the Balfreys, the Obondos, and of course the Ottos, we just want to say a huge congratulations on all that you've accomplished in your 16 years on the Long Beach City College Board of Trustees. We're so proud of you. We're also very excited to see what you do in your next venture. There is truly no one better suited for the Long Beach Board of Education than you. All my life, you have instilled in me your passion for education and the importance of it. You are an inspiration to the entire family and especially to my kids. Thanks for all that you do for us and for the community. We love you so much. Congratulations, Grandpa Doug.
Doug, as you've just heard, you've made an incredible mark on Long Beach City College. The work you've accomplished these past 16 years has impacted our students, faculty, and staff. Thank you for your leadership. We will miss you. Long Beach Unified School District is lucky, but we all hope nothing but the best for you in your new chapter. And you'll always be part of this big LBCC Viking family. Good luck, Trustee Otto, and go Vikings.
Congratulations, Doug, on your distinguished tenure as a trustee at LBCC. You and your organization have been such key partners with the Long Beach Unified School District for so many years. Now comes Act 2. On behalf of Long Beach Unified, welcome to your upcoming role on our Board of Education. I know you will help us to find more ways to lift up our students, no matter what challenges they face. We extend our warmest wishes as you celebrate your accomplishments, and we look forward to seeing you in your new role at LBUSD. Congratulations.
Well, that's really lovely. I hope you loved it, Doug. It was a special treat for us and for a lot of us, a walk through some of our past history. I also, if Dario, you could put up the plaques, I just wanted to let you know that we got a number of proclamations for you from a number of people. And let me read the names, if I may. Senator Dianne Feinstein, Congresswoman Annette Barragan, Congressman Alan Lowenthal, Senator Lena Gonzalez, and Assemblymember Patrick O'Donnell. That was a joint resolution. Assembly Speaker Anthony Rendon, City of Lakewood, City of Long Beach, Mayor Garcia, City of Signal Hill, Long Beach Unified School District. And I think some of them are still coming in, but these are beautiful plaques, and I wish that we could do this in person and hand them to you and take a picture, but I do appreciate the way that Dario put them up there, and I think you will too. At this point, I think we've got a plaque also. If we can, this is a plaque that is given to you, Doug. I'll go ahead and read it. In appreciation of your commitment and dedication, Long Beach City College. Douglas W. Otto, Long Beach Community College District Board of Trustees, 2004-2020. Board President, 2007 to 2008, 2011 to 2012, 2015 to 2016. Community College League of California, CCCT Board, 2009 to 2018, and Chair, 2016 to 2017, and Long Beach City College Hall of Fame, 2009. You are truly a Viking, and you've been a wonderful trustee and friend, and we wish you the very best. And at this point, President Malauulu, if you want to, or do you want me to open it up for any comments from people?
Well, whatever you want to do, but I just want to say that was a great video, and really enjoyed seeing Doug through the years and his family, his grandchildren, and so many people who were part of the LBCC family. So that was really nice video. And yes, definitely would like to open up the floor to any colleagues who would like to say a few words. And, rather than calling on everybody, at some point when someone starts speaking, go ahead and yield the floor because it's hard to see everyone on the screen here.
I'll begin.
Everybody speak. Paul, yes, I saw you, Paul. We'll have everybody speak, and then we'll go from everybody who's here who'd like to say a few words, then we'll go to the board, and then I guess we'll let Doug say a few words.
Yeah, Doug, on behalf of the foundation, the Board of Governors, and everyone that supports the college, we want to wish you well and thank you. It was a brief time we got to work with you, but I know our paths are going to cross, and we wish you all the best. So thank you.
President Malauulu, do you want the board to go last?
I did say that, but if now you can, or if anybody else wants to speak, go right ahead.
Well, then I'll go ahead and go. Doug, I have always appreciated the fact that you send me information on different articles that you've read. You've recommended books to me. You're always thinking all the time, not only about Long Beach City College, but about education and about the world around us. And I truly appreciate your help in letting me see different issues from a different point of view, and your dedication. I don't think you ever sleep. I think you're up all night reading, because then you make suggestions about all these books you want me to read. And so thank you so much for your service to Long Beach City College, for your dedication. And I think the thing that I value most about you is your ethics and your concern for the students, and that's how it should be. So congratulations.
I do also want to say thank you so much for being such an amazing trustee. I only got to sit next to you once in the first meeting I ever got to do, but you just had such a warm and welcoming energy, and you came in with just a wise approach, and I just really admire that about you. I was happy to be working with you, and just I'm sad that we can't sit near each other anymore, but we're here, and I do celebrate you for your wonderful accomplishments at this college. So thank you.
All right, would any of my other colleagues on the board care to say a few words?
Yeah, I'll go. President Malauulu, Uduak here. Doug and I met when we were two unsuccessful candidates in 2014, running around the campaign trail together on interviews and different speaking events. He was running for mayor and I was running for school board. And we ended up having quite a few lunches together and sharing policy ideas. And, it's been a good evolution to get on the board together. It's only been 2 years, but, appreciate your advice and the debates we've had on different ideas and policies. And I think robust discussion always leads to good outcomes. Justice is going to miss you the most. He's our junior trustee who always likes to get in all the videos. But appreciate your support on a number of policy efforts on bus passes and North Long Beach Center, and really focus on student equity and trying to do what's best for all students. And always appreciated your network and of people that would come out, and maybe we should get Rita Cepeda, maybe we should call Bernie Lushkin. Who are these people? Oh, Doug's known them for decades, and can call them up, and they call them back, and show up. So I always appreciate opening your Rolodex to help us as the board make it through different evaluations and processes. And look forward to when we do open back up and go get a drink over at Phil Trainey's when they let us do that kind of thing again. And also look forward to continuing to work with you on the school board as you transition here, because it's we still got serving many of the same populations as we move forward. So congratulations, and look forward to continue working together.
Okay, Doug, before you speak, I want to say a few words and just express some heartfelt gratitude that I feel for you. When I first got on the board, you reached out to me, and just like everybody has mentioned, you gave me a couple of books. And I want to tell you that I actually started reading one of them, and I thumbed through another one, but I still have the books that you gave me. And I also appreciate the generosity, because over the past 4 years, somebody, I don't know if it was you or Frida or one of your secretaries, would occasionally deliver something to me, a notebook, a folder, a collection of articles. And I really appreciate the investment that you made into me and into developing my leadership. That's on a personal note, but also a very professional investment that you made, which shows how much you care about this board and which shows how much you care about the district. You made yourself available not only to me, but to others to answer questions, whether they were education related or not. And I really do appreciate that. In fact, I know of people who were referred to you and who always commended you for being very professional and always took the time and with great patience and care to help them. And I don't know how you do that, because I know you're very busy and I know that you have a lot on your plate also. But for you to take the time to answer people's questions and to help guide people just shows that that you're a caring person and that you are concerned about the outcome of people's issues and their walks in life. My favorite thing about you, Doug, I'm going to say two things. Aside from your generosity with your time and your home and experiences throughout the city, I know that we had an opportunity a few times to break bread with our family outside of the district, and I really do appreciate that. But I really love that you're a good sport. You're a good sport about a lot of things. Nothing was beneath you. Nothing was above you. You're a regular person. And whenever, on a whim, we came up with something, whether we were at a conference or if it was just some costume thing, you were always a really good sport, Doug. And that taught me a lot about leadership, because it didn't matter if you were board president or if you were a trustee or if you were just a member of the public. You really showed that you were a regular person. And I think that's important. And I think that's one of the reasons why the voters in your district resonate with you, why they see themselves in you. And I also want to commend Frida. I don't know if she's there in the room with you, but whenever I tried to reach you and I couldn't reach you, and I would text Frida and say, I'm trying to find your husband, she was like, let me get him for you. So I just want to thank Frida for always being kind of the assistant trustee there, making sure that the lines of communication were always open. So thank you both. I wish you the very best. And Long Beach Unified is very lucky to have you on board, as are the students and the staff, the teachers, and the parents of the school district. Wish you the very best. And my only regret is that we're not able to do this in person so that we can all take a big group picture with you and take a picture with you and your many certificates and recognitions, and of course that beautiful plaque. So thank you, Doug. And now I'm sure you'd like to say a few words.
A very few words, and thank you so much to all of you, all members of the board. I want to thank everybody who participated in the making of this extraordinary video. As I was watching it, I turned to my wife and said, see, I was doing things. I wasn't just out cat-tatting around town. And she said, I know. So, and in particular, I want to thank Stacy Toda, who has, as always, did a thoroughly professional job and has a fabulous work ethic when it comes to these things. So, Stacy, thank you very much for doing this. You know, it's my work at Long Beach City College and indeed in the city of Long Beach and other things that I've done is really just a labor of love. And it's a labor of love because I've known forever that education is the lifeblood of any community and especially the community of Long Beach. And I early on made a commitment that in my personal service and my career, I would dedicate it to education and helping education in Long Beach. And indeed, Long Beach is such an unusual place when it comes to education. Not only do we have an education mayor, but we have, you can go, you can get go through kindergarten all the way up to an educational doctorate in Long Beach, at Cal State Long Beach on 7th Street. And there's almost no other place in the United States that something like that is true. So we have that legacy that is very important and why I've dedicated myself to education. In my 16 years on the board, I've been blessed, I mean, truly blessed to work with people that are so committed and dedicated to education. I'm talking about the faculty in particular. I see their eyes sparkle when they talk about their students and when they talk about the classes that they teach. With the administration, who I, have taken me to the woodshed on many occasions about why I'm thinking this or that about any particular policy. The classified staff has been very, very good. I especially enjoyed getting to know many of them through the many iterations of the LEAD Academy. And of course, there's the students. And I like to think that I've developed very special relationships with a number of students over the years, and I still follow what it is that they're going to do. I don't have enough time to recognize everybody. And in fact, I've got another more or less 3 weeks as a trustee at Long Beach City College, and I expect to be able to personally thank many, many people who I've worked with over these 16 years. But I'd like to just very briefly acknowledge Mike Munoz and Kathy Scott for the work that they do. I've worked closely with both of them. I think Mike is doing a tremendous job, and Kathy, through very difficult times, has done a great job. And I'd like to also recognize Luann. Luann and I have known each other since, well, I don't want to say how long, but for a very long time. And I've always been a fan of hers. I talked today to the former president of Long Beach City College, Jan Kehoe, who preceded Eloy Oakley, who said, Luann always worked through things. She worked with the business community. She worked with tough times with the faculty, and she always did an amazingly professional job and was so respected by everybody. And I've seen her take the edge off what was going on at Long Beach City College back in March last year and put us in a place where we can look forward. And I really appreciate that. But I would especially like to acknowledge Jackie Hahn. Jackie has been the person that has really supported me and helped me at almost any instance that I've asked of her to do that. And as the board secretary, she regularly would tell me when I was wrong and point out things to me that I needed to know before I move forward. So Jackie, I know you're there, as you always are there doing these things. And I enjoy our special relationship and friendship that we've developed over the course of these 16 years. So in the process of doing all this work in education at Long Beach City College, at the state level, and at the national level, I'd like to think that I've learned a thing or two, and I only want to share two that I think are really important. The first is that boards, school boards, all kinds of boards, nonprofit boards, are essential to do the work of a democracy. You just can't do it without people that are willing to give up their time, their hearts and their souls to accomplish the things that make democracy the thing that it is in Long Beach, in California, and in the United States. And secondly, and I think the thing that I believe in the most is that those boards, in order to be effective, can only be effective when the board members trust one another, go out of their way to work with one another, and do that to achieve clear and acknowledged goals. That's why we have a board goal setting process. But it's very important that you put as a priority as a board member, not get in your way, not doing what it is that you think is the most important, but getting along with your fellow board members, because just like a rising tide raises all boats, if you make the commitment to the board on which you serve, you'll be a good board member and a good member of the institutions that you support. And so with that, I would just say to all of you, to everybody at Long Beach City College, you're doing God's work. And that's what Jan Kehoe said to me today. Remember when you told me that, Doug? And I said, yes, I do remember that. And it is God's work. And it's very important to all we do. So thank you all. Thank you all for this recognition. And I'm going to miss it, but I won't be gone completely. I'm going to be in Long Beach. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Doug. And if you miss us that much, you're welcome to stop by and hang out at our meetings anytime you like.
I'll be at the podium.
All right, we're going to move on the agenda. You're not excused, Doug. You can't go home early. You still have to stay for the remainder of the meeting. So item 2.6 on the agenda is public comments on agenda item. Madam Secretary, do we have any public comments?
Not on agenda items, we do not.
Got it. And then item 2.7, approval of the minutes of the October 28th, 2020 regular board meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
I've got a motion by trustee Baxter. I believe student trustee Jimenez made that second. And
Yes.
then for the record, it'll be trustee Otto. Any discussion on the item? All those in favor? Oh, I'm sorry,
Aye.
Secretary. Roll call vote. Sorry about that.
One moment, this moment. Virginia Baxter,
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu,
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk,
Aye.
Doug Otto,
Aye.
and Sunny Zia.
Aye.
And you need the student trustee as well?
Yes, yes. Oh, yes, student trustee, yes.
Aye.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Item 2.8, this is our ASB president report, and I see Cesar there. Go ahead, Cesar. Looking forward to your report this month.
So I appreciate that. I appreciate that a lot. I would just like to say I do apologize for not being able to bring my associate student body cabinet members to this meeting. They're actually doing their final touches for their exam and classes, so I wanted to respect that time for them. So hopefully by next meeting I can actually introduce them to you folks. And I don't have much to say for this report. The only thing I would like to mention is that as much as I was hearing everybody talking about book recommendations from Otto, I do have one book that I would like to recommend to each one of you folks. And this book actually helped me realize the folks that I'm actually serving in my community. I always been interested in higher education, and I always wanted to make sure that I gave my best to my community and trying to understand from different perspectives. And I hope if you folks do not mind, I'm actually going to be sharing my screen real quick. Let me just pull up the site, close this. So there's this book that I've been reading called Student Engagement in Higher Education. And pretty much this book goes over the different constituents that, how to help them engage, especially in higher education. I've only read like the first 2 chapters of it, but even with the first 2 chapters, I was able to put their techniques into practice. And it has helped me a lot as the Associate Student Body President. The reason why I bring this book up is because not only does it just helps students of people of color, but it also helps students as how to engage with indigenous students, engaging with queer students, engaging with transgender students, and so forth. And I bring this up to the Board of Trustees because I think it's very important, not just for faculty to know about this, but also helping just Long Beach City College in general to know what type of students they will be working with, because knowing that Long Beach City College or Long Beach is a very diverse community, I was reading this book and I would like to encourage each and one of you folks to read it as well. I mean, I'm not going to assign it as homework, of course, but I would say that this book has helped me a lot. And even though I just read the first 2 chapters of it, I'm still continuing reading it. And I'm hoping that my knowledge or this book can actually be distributed because I'm a huge advocate for education. And I would like to see, of course, my community in a better place in the future. So that is the end of my report. And that's all I'm going to say. Thank you so much, folks.
Thank you very much, Cesar. Item 2.9 on the agenda, our student trustee report. This is Jenna.
Hi, thank you so much. As we're approaching the end of the semester, transfer application deadlines and scholarship application deadlines, many students are anxious and are investing their time and energy into these things. I can say myself that I am in the process of applying for transfer, graduation from LBCC and scholarships as well. And it is intensive. So one thing I really do want to request, I urge the staff, the faculty, and even our trustees to reach out to those students who are transferring. Offer your assistance to them, proofread their personal insight questions, write them a recommendation letter, or help them build their resumes, because there's many things that we have to put into place for those applications. I know that you probably went through that experience yourself, but as students, we look to you for all the guidance and inspiration. So thank you so much. That does complete my report for this month. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jenna. And now section 2.10, Academic Senate report. I see Jerry there.
Good evening. Thank you. It's wonderful to see Dr. Bernard Luskin here. Years ago, when I was serving as the alumni director for Long Beach City College, I had the immense honor of inducting him into the Hall of Fame for Long Beach City College. So Dr. Luskin, wonderful to see you. Welcome home. Come back often. The Academic Senate of the California Community Colleges held their fall plenary in early November. This semester's theme was addressing anti-Blackness and ideas in academic and professional matters. Held virtually over 3 days, workshops were held on inclusion, diversity, equity, anti-racism, governance, legislation, and best practices for online teaching. There were also approximately 20 resolutions presented for discussion and adoption. Popular topics discussed were the evolution of ethnic studies at the community college level, legislative and systematic support for academic freedom, and the commitment to faculty for being primarily responsible for the development of curriculum on our campuses. 4 members of the LBCC Academic Senate, led by Shauna Hageman, our vice president, were in attendance. It was a wonderful learning experience, and I'm looking forward to having them share what they learned at the next Senate meeting. Dr. Matthew Lawrence, a professor of philosophy, has been serving as the student equity coordinator. He has been very involved in the development and presentation of our cultural curriculum audit. He has tirelessly advocated for equity and diversity across the campus. His term will wrap up at the end of this semester. I want to acknowledge his leadership and thank him for a job well done. We hope to have the new coordinator selected and in place very shortly. Many faculty are working hand in hand with our classified and management colleagues in the writing of reports for accreditation. It is wonderful when we are fortunate to have students participate as well. On behalf of work groups tackling Standard 4, which focuses on governance, I want to thank Trustee Dr. Jenny Baxter for being a supportive, insightful, and fun member of the group. This is a huge task for faculty to undertake, in addition to managing classes online and working with their students in a virtual environment. And yet, they have risen to the occasion. As the first drafts are being submitted in the coming weeks, I want to acknowledge the leadership of the Accreditation Steering Committee and the dedicated, hardworking members on each of the academic standards subcommittees. There is much to celebrate about the work being done at Long Beach City College, but we must also note the tasks that remain and put our efforts toward meeting the standards as set forth by our accrediting commission, ACCJC. Finally, I would like to recognize Board of Trustee Doug Otto for his years of service, partnership, and friendship to the students, faculty, staff, and administration of Long Beach City College. He has given generously of his time, talent, and expertise. He is quick to volunteer, happy to financially support the college through fundraisers and scholarships, and always able and willing to share Viking success stories everywhere he goes. He and his wife, Frida, are role models for philanthropy and civic engagement. They exemplify teamwork. On behalf of the Academic Senate, a heartfelt thank you, Doug. You have left a sound, solid thumbprint at Long Beach City College. I hope that you return often to say hello. LBUSD is lucky to have you on their board, and the students are fortunate to have such a strong advocate as their champion. Congratulations to you on your new assignment. This concludes my report.
Thank you very much, Jerry. Okay, and then I see Cece there. Cece's report will be next.
Hello. As usual, Academic Senate President Jerry Florence eloquently says a lot of the things that I would say about accreditation in particular. We're happy and proud to be part of the process, and it is moving forward very efficiently, and a lot of people are doing a lot of work from all areas of the college. I don't have too much to report this evening, but we have two retirements. The first that I'm going to mention is Jeff McFarland, who is the senior accountant in fiscal services, started in 2004. And then Maria Rubalcava, who started in 1999 and ended up as a record specialist in A&R, admissions and records. Both of them had, a series of jobs as they moved up to the positions that they're in now, and we wish them the best in the future. As I report every meeting, we are continuing with great success with our Classified Senate Community and Connection events. In the last few weeks, we've had fall favorites talking, and so, Hello Mondays is on Monday, Tech Tuesdays is on Tuesday, and Wellness Wednesdays is on Wednesday, obviously, and they all have a different sort of feeling to them. So the Hello Mondays is just casual and fun and starting off your week. So we've had fall favorites, which was hosted by Instructional Lab Coordinator for LAR, Elizabeth Gallardo, also one of our senators, just talking about what you like about the fall. The other Hello Mondays we had was hosted by our Vice President and Math Lab Coordinator for the Math Success Center, Cindy Dominguez. And it was like Monday morning messages and memes. Like, what are your favorite inspirational quotes and memes, which I thought was a great idea. Starting the week with positive messages. We only had one Tech Tuesday in the last couple of weeks, and that was with my ITS colleagues, Help Desk Support Specialist Jonathan Tejada and Student Technology Help Desk Manager Laura Rantala. And they're doing their intermediate levels at this point because we've been doing Tech Tuesdays for so long. And this was on Microsoft OneNote. And our other Tech Tuesday was my second time I've done it, the Canvas overview for classified staff, which we are talking about turning into a series. As the classified staff don't always get enough information about our learning management system, Canvas. And then our last Wellness Wednesdays was De-Stressing with Origami, which I couldn't go to, hosted by one of our senators, Ariane Lee, who's the lead library technician and an adjunct librarian. So we're planning for the rest of this semester and into the spring. We had a great success with these events. And so just a little bit about Trustee Otto. Just personally, I've worked with him since the 90s when I worked for the foundation. And he's been, don't think that he just started as a trustee in 2004, because he's been a presence at the college for decades through a lot of different roles through the foundation and other things. So he's been around for a really long time. And one thing I think we're excited about is, as our relationship with the two other educational entities in the city continues to get closer and closer, I think it's going to be a great thing for that effort that, he's joining the LBUSD board. A lot of our parents in the classified staff and the faculty who live in Long Beach are having even more interaction with LBUSD and with the way that they're using the Canvas learning management system and helping our students. And so I really think it's a good indication of our three-way partnership being stronger than ever. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry. Thank you, Cece. And now we'll go to our LBCC FA bargaining president report. Diana.
Good evening, everyone. First, I would like to thank you, Trustee Otto, for your 16 years of service to the college and the community. I appreciate when I became president, you reached out to me and asked, how you could assist me. So we wish you the very best in your new journey with your seat on the Long Beach Unified School District. Next, we're in the 12th week of the semester, and our schedule of classes for spring went live this week. We'll start registration next week. So those of us in student services are busy. Today, I don't think I had any time to even take a lunch. And the faculty are busy helping all our students who need that extra piece of assistance right now to, make that last part of reaching the home stretch. So I'm happy to say that we have signed our fall through spring MOU, and the full-time faculty are ready to go for winter and spring. So that concludes my report for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Diana. And now we will move on to our AFT report. Robert.
Good evening, everyone. As well, AFT would like to thank Doug for all the years of service through a long time at the college. He has always been a strong supporter of students, classified, and faculty. And I've seen him over the years doing so many great things. It's just hard to mention anyone. And I personally want to thank him, as well as AFT as a union. We think the world of you, and we're really hoping that your new adventure will bring more students into our halls, and we'll have many more Vikings in the future. Thank you. As for my report for what's going on, I was hoping to have better news with the classification study. Unfortunately, there's been some delays with meeting the right people to get the paperwork approved. So we're hoping that will resolve in the next several weeks. And because of the holidays, I'll be objective with it and say that the classified will be getting their stuff for sure by January. But everything else is going well. We're going into the holiday season, as you all know, and as the COVID situation worsens, and we're all concerned with the people working on campus and the students, of course, on campus. And classified wants to support as best we can. And like Diana said, enrollment starts next week, and it's not a great time to have anyone getting COVID and shutting part of that down. So we're all concerned. But thank you so much. And Doug, best of luck to you.
Thank you, Robert. And I believe we have a report that Curtis submitted for Chai, and Jeff Wood will be reading that into the record. Is that correct?
Yes, Madam President.
Okay, there you go.
Chai report to the Long Beach Community College District Board of Trustees, submitted by Curtis Williams, Chai President. First of all, we want to recognize all the great efforts that Trustee Otto has provided to the district. He has consistently been a strong advocate for our students and a wonderful supporter of the important work that we all do. Many thanks. The college received substantial federal CARES Act funding of $14,663,058, with at least one half of the grant to be direct awards to students. The non-student-based institutional portion was mandated for the additional cost of moving to remote instructions due to the COVID pandemic. The college does maintain a website with the details of the CARES Act expenditures. I have been having some challenges understanding exact how these federal funds have been spent. There have been several versions of the report for the quarter ending September 30th. In the latest version, there is a category for campus safety and operations, which has an amount of $1,742,438. The explanation section is different to read past PPE and cleaning supplies. My question to the board is, how can this be possible? Since we all began teaching remotely in March, there have been very few persons allowed to be on campus. I would ask the board to discover exactly where this funding has been spent. Clearly, the plan is not to return to campus in person until there are successful vaccines and widespread use. The campus decision has already been made to remote during the winter and spring sessions 2021. The reason I'm bringing up the PPE and cleaning supply spending is that the part-time faculty were not paid from the CARES Act for the mandatory distance education training beyond the 4 hours and some flex pay. These required trainings include Teaching Online Seminar 3.0, 4 modules with 12 hours of training, or apply for a waiver. The modules of the Teach Online Seminar are self-paced and designed to take between 2 to 3 hours to complete. Growing with Canvas at LBCC, 5 modules, 1.5 to 2 hours each. Some faculty were eligible for flex credit of 6 hours. As you know, many of our part-time faculty are struggling financially. And when they heroically began teaching remotely in March, many did not have adequate home internet service, so they had to dig into their own pockets to cover this expense. LBCC offered internet hotspots to students and some faculty, but apparently no CHI faculty were provided these devices. I was told that the monthly cost of these hotspots were around $40. This is exactly what the CARES Act funding was passed by Congress to address. The Ed Code 87032 also makes it clear that, in quotes, the governing board of a community college district shall provide for the payment of the actual and necessary expenses, including traveling expenses of any employee of the district incurred in the course of performing services for the district, whether within or outside the district, under the direction of the governing board. The board may authorize an advance of funds to cover such necessary expenses. Such advance shall be repaid or adjusted upon filing of a regular claim for the actual necessary expenses incurred, end quote. Internet service for faculty teaching remotely unambiguously represents an actual and necessary expense. I'm asking the Board of Trustees to use these CARES Act monies to pay the part-time faculty for their mandatory training and create a home internet reimbursement process for faculty that did not get an internet hotspot. And that concludes the end of the written report submitted.
Thank you very much, Jeff. And now we're going to move on to item 2.15 on the agenda. This is reordering of the agenda. If any of my colleagues would like to reorder the agenda. And I don't have everybody. There's everybody. I don't see any requests there. Okay, section 3 on the agenda. This is our superintendent president report. Luann?
Yes, thank you, President Malauulu and Board of Trustees. Cece stole my thunder with the retirements for the 2 folks, but I will mention them again. Maria Rubaklava, she has been at the college for 21 years. That's quite a commitment for somebody to make. And we wish her the very best, as well as Jeff McFarland. I had the pleasure with working with Jeff in economic development for a while. He helped us with accounting. And his work was excellent, and I know he's been valuable, and Maria has to the college. And so we want to congratulate them and wish them very best on their new chapter. I also wanted to, and I'm excited to announce that we've created the Viking Impact Award that recognizes Long Beach City College colleagues who have gone above and beyond the call of duty, particularly during this time, this pandemic time. The vice presidents and I wanted to highlight LBCC employees who have worked tirelessly, literally, in these many months of remote instruction, transition, and supporting business operations during the pandemic. As you're aware, there have been incredible challenges that have faced the college since March, and our employees have been part of this team, the ones that we will be giving Viking Awards to, that have helped us find solutions at every turn. I hope you tune in tomorrow at 10 a.m. We will be premiering a video where the vice presidents and I will be talking about our Viking Impact Awardees' accomplishments. We're extremely grateful for their hard work and what they've done to exercise leadership in this area, and we're delighted to be honoring them virtually in front of their colleagues. Again, congratulations to all of the employees receiving the award. You'll have to tune in tomorrow to find out who they are, 10 o'clock. I wanted to let the board also know that I want the community to know as well that last Friday I reconvened the President's Task Force on Race, Equity, and Inclusion. A lot has changed since the initial call for volunteers went out in March of 2019. The meeting with the task force was to share with them the update on the framework for reconciliation and to hear their suggestions and feedback. The 4 steps of the framework are as follows, just as a reminder for everybody. Acknowledge the existence and longstanding impacts of systemic racism at Long Beach City College. Listen to the accounts and personal experiences of racial injustice and inequity, or perhaps harm that people have experienced. Convene stakeholders to evaluate the feedback from the listening process, step 2, and then shape, reform ideas. And then step 4 would be to catalyze and execute and present short-term, medium-term, and long-term solutions for improvement. We've accomplished step 1 with the board resolution and the focus on equity in College Day, and we continue to acknowledge systemic racism and its harmful impacts in communications, workshops, and through other means. I think you heard some of those when Jerry gave some information about what the faculty is doing tonight. For step 2, we engaged the California Conference for Equality and Justice, and we convened listening sessions. All fall, we've been holding these listening sessions, and we've also provided training to the leadership of Long Beach City College, including our board of trustees, the cabinet, and members of the management team. I was able to share some ideas with the task force on moving forward with steps 3 and 4, but I appreciate the dedication shown by this group. They did an immense amount of really good work last year and the beginning of this year, so we hope to work with them very closely, as well as our constituent leaders, to be able to move this forward for the college. I also wanted to let you know that last week, and I've started doing this very carefully, but I had the opportunity to visit the bistro and observe our culinary students in action, working in the kitchen. There's a photo of us. I was so impressed to see the plexiglass barriers that have been installed on the preparation tables to increase safety for all the students and the faculty. They expressed their appreciation about being back on campus. They shared with me their educational goals as well as their favorite dishes. And a number of students will be graduating in the spring, and I look forward to them entering the workforce and using their LBCC education and showing off the quality of what they've learned at the school. I want to acknowledge our culinary faculty and staff for their efforts in providing laboratory instruction in such a safe manner. So I hope to visit other essential areas in the future. So I'm looking forward to that as well. Real quickly about Winter 21, we recently announced that classes will be held remotely, of course, January 4th to February 6th. More than 50 subjects will be taught over the 5-week session, providing our students with a lot of opportunity to add a few more units to their academic year. The revised class schedule is now online, and registration is going on now through January 4th. Spring 21 semester priority registration will begin Monday, the 23rd, this coming Monday. The spring class schedule is currently being updated, and the semester will be held February 8th through June 9th with some essential labs in person and a full class schedule of online offerings. More details and registration information will be available soon on the college website. I also wanted to acknowledge there'll be a resolution tonight by the board, Native American Heritage Month from November 15th to 27. The college will be celebrating this month by honoring the land, the history, and the culture of all American Indian nations and tribal communities. We acknowledge the important contributions that our Native people have made to this country and recognize the unique challenges tribal citizens have faced historically and in the present. But you can get more information on the website, and this is a slide of that to tell you some of the exciting things coming up. We've also been doing some specific outreach to our Pacific Islander population. We want all of our students to feel supported and at home here in Long Beach City College. And I'm happy to share that there's been excellent outreach. Our Long Beach City College team has met with the National Pacific Islander Education Network. And through a suggestion by our own president, Mala'ulu, we met with the Office of Samoan Affairs to discuss strategic partnerships and collaborative opportunities. As a result, in October alone, the outreach team participated in 5 community and college fairs with a special outreach to our Pacific Islander community. Also very exciting was the creation of a radio advertisement to Pacific Islanders, inviting them to explore Long Beach City College. The radio spot plays daily on an internet-based station, Island City Radio, which is on the Dash network. And let's just take a quick listen. Here is the ad that has gone on to that.
Talofa. Hafa-day. Malolele. And aloha. Let Long Beach City College help you navigate towards a brighter future, offering flexible schedules for that online or on-campus experience.
Enroll as a full or part-time student at a fraction of what a four-year university would cost.
Our Native Hawaiian and Pacifica student body have a reputation of excellence in academia, leadership in student organizations,
and dominance through our athletic programs. Whether you're a college freshman or fresh from the islands,
come feel the mana at Long Beach City College
and enroll today.
That's great. That radio ad is a really good ad, I think, and it's been playing. They have over 5 million listeners monthly. So I'm really pleased that we're able to do this kind of targeted outreach. Also, just to let everybody know that Stadium is a location to receive a free flu shot from the city on Thursday. That would be tomorrow from 3 to 6 p.m. And these flu shots run through November 21st. And additional free flu shots are being offered to students at PCC on November 16, 18, 30, December 2nd, and December 7th at PCC. And students can call 938-4210 to schedule their flu shot or sign up online. Just to give the board a little bit of update about legislation, ballots from the recent general election are still being counted. There are a number of local elections, but at this time, I want to congratulate and give a hearty welcome to incoming trustee-elect Herlinda Chico. I know the district looks forward to working with her and have her serve on the board. She will be taking the spot of outgoing trustee Doug Otto in Area 4. Once the final votes are certified, we look forward to working with those who are elected within the district in general. Unfortunately, the 2 propositions that the board had supported and made public, 15 and 16, did not pass, but there's always hope and there's always a new day. California legislature is in recess until December 7th, and all the bills that were signed by the governor will take place on January 1st. The 116th Congress, I don't know if we call them a lame duck, but they return to session on Monday, November 16th, and they're likely going to be taking a look at a continuing resolution, of course, for the appropriations. That expires on December 11th. We would love to see some pandemic-directed appropriations legislation as too, but I'm not holding my breath on that one, but we can always hope for the best. My office will continue to monitor legislation in 2021 and the priorities that are that will be put forth. We work very closely with the Chancellor's Office, the League, the Community College League of California, the American Association of Community Colleges, and the Association of Community College Trustees. I also wanted to give the board a quick update. We are going to be, I have a timeline now for the selection of a superintendent president search firm. The request for qualifications was released on November 10th, and responses are due by 4 o'clock on December 9th. On December 10th, staff will conduct a review of responses and results and provide them to myself and Vice President Durand. And on 21st, the Board of Trustees will discuss and possibly take action on recommendations that come forward. Recommended firms can also be asked to present at that meeting if the board wishes. At the January 27th board meeting, we're anticipating the board would continue discussion and take action, and maybe interview additional firms if they so choose, and select the firm to begin work immediately after that board action. If it's taken on the 21st of December, then work would begin in January. If it's taken in January, then work would begin in February. So I just wanted you to know that that's moving forward. Earlier tonight, we honored and thanked and congratulated Trustee Doug Otto for his 16 years of service to Long Beach Community College District. Although Doug is leaving this board, he's not leaving our hearts, and he's left a great legacy at this institution. I've had the pleasure of working with him for practically all the time that I was here before I retired the first time. And Doug is a pillar in this community. He's a Renaissance man. He digs into research and tries to understand and does understand the issues better than anybody I've ever seen on the board. And our loss is going to be Long Beach Unified School District's gain. I'm sad to see Doug go, and I'm honored to call him a friend, and he will continue to be a friend for life, and I know we all wish him the very best. I also want to thank Dr. Luskin for being here tonight. Dr. Luskin has been a help to us as we try to navigate some of the transitional changes. And then the last thing I want to say is next week is Thanksgiving. And I want to take the opportunity to express my gratitude to the board, to our heroic faculty and staff for everything they've done, and to the administrators, and especially my executive team, who have worked so hard and so long to take this college through the last few months with me. I keep in mind that we have things to be grateful for every day, and as hard as it is, we are very lucky, and I think we're blessed to be working at this college. So I want to wish everybody a very safe and happy Thanksgiving, and I hope you all get some rest. I think it's needed. And that's the end of my report, unless anybody has any questions.
That was great. Thank you, Luann. Really appreciate that very thorough report. We're going to move on to section 4 on the agenda, which is the Board of Trustees section. And item 4.1 on the agenda is the resolution for American Indian Heritage Month. This is an action item, and for the benefit of the public, the file is attached on Board Docs, so you can click on it and read it, review it. We did have an opportunity to run this resolution past the guests who were at our meeting a year ago and who gave that awesome presentation, and they thought that the resolution was perfect as is. So at this point, I'll entertain a motion and a second.
So moved. This is Trustee Ntuk.
Second, student trustee.
I believe that was Trustee Ntuk with the motion, student trustee Jimenez, and then I didn't catch who the other second was.
I did it, Sunny.
Dr. Baxter.
Oh, no, I did that, Ginny.
Okay, Trustee Zia with the second. Any discussion on this item? The only thing I want to say is, once again, thank you to staff for crafting such great resolutions for us, and the amount of time that it takes to research and write. and incorporate all of the different components of the resolution, or just really they don't go unnoticed. So thank you very much. So Madam Secretary, we have a motion and a second. Roll call vote, please.
I thought she was talking to me. Student trustee Jimenez?
Aye.
Virginia Baxter? Aye. Vivian Malauulu?
Aye.
Uduak Joe Intuck?
Aye.
Doug Otto?
Aye.
Sunny Zia?
Aye. Motion carries. And now we're going to move on to item 4.2 on the agenda, which is revised board policy and regulations 2015, the annual organization meeting and board officers. This is an action item. I'll entertain a motion and a second. And the recommended action is that the Board of Trustees approve and adopt revised board policy 215, which is the annual organizational meeting. It was submitted for first reading at our last meeting on October 28th.
So moved.
Second.
We have Trustee Baxter with the motion, Trustee Otto with the second. Any discussion? Madam Secretary, roll call vote, please.
Student trustee Jimenez?
Aye.
Virginia Baxter? Aye. Vivian Malauulu?
Aye.
Uduak Joe Intuck?
Aye.
Doug Otto?
Aye.
Sunny Zia?
Aye. Motion carries. Item 4.3 on the agenda is revised board policy 2023, Board of Trustees election. This is another action item, and it was submitted for first reading at the October 28th meeting. I'll entertain a motion and a second.
So move.
Second, Trustee Intuck.
So we have a motion by student trustee, I believe. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So we need an additional motion. So Trustee Untuck, would you care to be the maker of that motion for the record?
Yeah, that's fine.
And we need a second.
Second.
Trustee Baxter with the second. Any discussion? Madam Secretary, roll call vote, please.
Student trustee Jimenez?
Aye.
Virginia Baxter? Aye. Vivian Malauulu?
Aye.
Uduak Joe Intuck?
Aye.
Doug Otto?
Aye.
And Sunny Zia?
Aye. Motion carries. And now, Trustee Untuck, I apologize for putting you on the spot like this. I don't know if you have the agenda in front of you, but I meant to reach out to you about item 4.4, and I just realized that I didn't. I apologize. I need to recuse myself from item 4.4. Can you lead us through that? Do you have access to the agenda handy?
Yeah, I have the agenda up, and you did mention it, so no problem.
Did I? I'm losing my mind. It's been a rough past few weeks.
We're in COVID. It's all good.
Sorry. You're not the first person to tell me that I did something that I said I didn't do, thinking I didn't do it. So, all right, I'm going to recuse myself from item 4.4.
Thank you. No problem. So we'll move to, this is Vice President Intuck. We'll move to item 4.4, support of Board President Vivian Malauulu to apply for the recent vacancy at the ACCT Board of Directors for the Pacific region. This is an action item. And so this here is a recommendation. The Board of Trustees support President Malauulu's application for the appointment. There was a recent vacancy on the ACCT Board of Directors for the Pacific region. My understanding, there was some trustees who did not win the re-election and had an opening. So this is for a partial term to the ACCT board. And so if there's a motion that we could take up in support of this application.
So moved.
Second.
Motion from Trustee Otto, a second from Trustee Baxter. Is there any discussion on this application? I don't know if Luann wants to say anything or if it's pretty self-explanatory.
Yep. I'd like to say something.
Yeah, go ahead. Trustee Otto.
Great, thank you. So here's the story. It's very important for California to have representation at the national level, which is you get that by being involved with ACCT. We formerly had Roberto Uranga, one of our trustees, as the president of ACCT, but it really has national influence in terms of what educational policy is. The California representative on that board was Stephen Castellanos, who came from a community college district in Northern California, and he unfortunately lost his reelection bid. And so that created the hole that we are now seeking to fill with another California trustee. And that's why we went to nominate Vivian for this position. That's it.
Thanks, Trustee Otto. And I think this is the same association. Also, you got an award for, I think, in the last 2 months. Is that correct, President Malauulu? Or is she?
Yes, it's
Okay.
correct. She did.
Yes, it is.
All right. Well, great. Any other discussion on this topic? The motion?
I don't know if I know that I've recused myself, but I would just like to say a couple of things about this. Am I allowed to do that in spite of the recusal, or should I not say anything?
Well, I think technically, yeah, when you recuse yourself, you're not supposed to participate in the debate on the motion of yourself.
Okay, so I'll say something after.
Okay. Yeah, we'll come back after the vote.
Unless she doesn't.
Okay, we'll go to Jackie to take a roll call vote.
Student trustee Jimenez.
Aye.
Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu will abstain. Uduak Joe Ntuk.
Aye.
Doug Otto.
Aye.
And Sunny Zia.
Aye.
All right, the motion passes 4-0, 1 abstention. Does the nominee would like to say something at this point after we support the application?
Yes, thank you. And I'd like to thank my colleagues on the board for the vote of confidence to move forward with this process. Just to give you guys a little background, it happened really quickly. And I want anybody, I've got it on my laptop. There are 28 people tuning into this meeting right now. And, as most of you here, because you're all natural born leaders, as it often happens where you're asked to be a part of something or to join a board. And the older you get, the more you learn to say no, and you learn to say, I've got too much on my plate already, I can't. So I have actually declined other opportunities similar to these in the past, just because of my obligation to my work and my family commitments. This one happened very organically. And when I attend some of the conferences, I've met a lot of people, and I attend the caucuses for the Asian Pacific Islander, the caucus and the different meetings. And I got a couple of phone calls shortly after the ACCT award, and they mentioned that there might be some openings that wouldn't require running. They just needed appointment. And then shortly after the November 3rd election is when the calls started coming in. And that's exactly what Trustee Otto said, that it was important to have California representation. And a lot of people didn't know that I wasn't of Polynesian descent. They just capitalized on my last name. So it was kind of a double thing to have a Latina representing and somebody with ties to the Polynesian community. And I had met some other trustees from the Pacific region. So this opening is a local opening. It's not at the national level, but it does represent a lot of our student population, which is really why I decided to do it, because we do have a large Pacific Islander Polynesian population on campus that largely goes unrepresented at events like this. And that was one of the discussions that we had. So it did come about really quickly. And I called Luann to ask her her experience and her knowledge, and to make sure that this was something that would benefit the district. I didn't really care too much about me, but I wanted to make sure that it was going to be helpful to our students. And it appeared to be that it would be very helpful. So it's a partial appointment. I'm going to be fulfilling a partial term for trustees that were not successful in their reelection, as Trustee Otto said. So I look forward to meeting that obligation and then quietly backing away when somebody else takes over. Thank you. All right, thank you, Trustee Untuck, for running that. Moving on to item 4.5, this is trustee committees. Do we have any trustee committees that need to report out today? All right.
President Malauulu?
Yes.
Don't necessarily have a trustee committee report, but wanted to request the creation of an ad hoc committee. Bernie Luskin and myself and Trustee Baxter have talked about taking the recommendations from the board self-evaluation from this past summer to have an ad hoc committee to review how to make recommendations of implementing those board evaluation recommendations. I don't know if this is the appropriate time to seek a motion to create an ad hoc committee on that topic.
Okay, I have a procedural question. Do we have to make a motion to create an ad hoc committee, or can it just be created?
Board President Malauulu, you can appoint as the president the members to the ad hoc committee, and we'll just record it for the record.
Okay, and as far as creating an ad hoc committee, we don't need a motion to create one, right?
That's correct. Vince had his hand up. That's correct, yes.
Okay, Trustee Untuck, I'm sorry, say that again?
Be mindful that when you have a legislatively created committee, you start invoking, or people start having conversations about the Brown Act. So if it's not a legislatively created committee, such as something done informally and administratively,
right,
then you're not starting to have conversations about Brown Act compliance and so forth. But if you make a motion in a second and you do it legislatively, that is one of the elements or standards that requires that committee then to be a Brown Act committee. So be mindful of that. Typically, as you know, standing committees are legislatively created. Ad hoc committees typically aren't.
That's correct. So this will not be a standing, and this is an ad hoc.
Okay. Trustee Untuck, I'm going to deduce that since you brought it up, you'd like to be on the committee.
Yeah, I've started kind of first started the talking with Bernie Luskin after the evaluation of what now, and the recommendation was to just, I guess, administratively look at the recommendations that came out of the board self-evaluation and begin kind of a dialogue and make a recommendation back to the full board on how we can implement those changes. And I think, I reached out to Trustee Baxter, and she was interested and supportive, maybe hopefully she still is, to work together on going over the findings and the recommendations. And it's something we can either present a recommendation back to the full board or at the retreat. That's the date has not yet been set yet. So whatever is the your pleasure of the board, or kind of how we want to do that.
Sure. Trustee Baxter, you'd like to be on that, because I can appoint the both of you right now if that's.
Yes, please.
Okay, so let me formally appoint Trustee Untuck and Trustee Baxter to an ad hoc committee. And this is for the board evaluation, is that correct?
Yeah, this was the board self-evaluation that we did this past summer with Bernie Luskin, and now it's taking the recommendations and trying to figure out how to implement them. So if we can work on, talk about how do we actually do what we recommended we should do.
All right, sounds good. Consider yourselves appointed. Anything else under trustee committee?
Chair Malauulu, this is Trustee Zia.
Yes.
I'd like to propose we create an ad hoc committee for hiring of a new superintendent as well, just so we have a little bit more structure.
That's actually part of the plan when trustee-elect Chico gets on the board next month. So we've already added that to the ongoing preliminary plans, is to develop an ad hoc committee.
Who's we?
Luann and I have talked about when we organized, I guess we had a blueprint of what we were going to expect in the hiring. I don't know what you want to call it, an outline, a guideline, but an ad hoc committee of the board. But we think it would just, in all fairness, to include the new trustee in that decision making.
Okay. Well, shouldn't we, if it's an ad hoc committee, we wait for Herlinda to start to do this ad hoc committee that we just appointed as well, if that's the rationale, that we need to wait for the new trustee? Isn't it more prudent to wait for her to take her role in case she's interested in this ad hoc committee?
Well, I think, and Trustee Baxter, I see that you want to say something, but I think the fact that Trustee Untug and Trustee Baxter had already talked about it, I don't know if that's what you were going to say or not, or if that's even accurate. But
okay, no problem. I just wanted to bring that up. If we're appointing ad hoc committees until after we have a new board member, it just makes more sense. But I can understand that, and I fully support Trustee Baxter's appointment to that committee.
May I respond just briefly?
Yes.
This is talking about the board self-evaluation, of which impending trustee Chico has not been a part to. So I don't see a reason to wait till next month's meeting.
Sure, that makes sense. That's a very good point.
I think the accurate term is trustee in waiting.
Thanks.
Elect.
Okay, so Trustee Zia, if you don't mind, we'll wait until a future meeting. I don't even know if we'll do it in the December meeting. We might, but I know that the plan was to hit the ground running with this in January, just because everybody already has so much on their plate.
No problem. That makes absolute sense, and I'm fully supportive of it.
Okay. All right. So moving on to section 5 on the agenda, which is the consent agenda. Any items that need to be pulled from the agenda by any of the colleagues? Trustee Baxter?
Yes, I'd like to pull number 5.6 and 5.15.
5.6 and 5.15 by Trustee Baxter. Anyone else?
Yeah, could we pull 5.12?
Okay, 5.12 by Trustee Otto.
Excuse me, Dr. Baxter was 5.5?
No, 5.6 and 5.15.
Okay, give me just a moment to clear the motions from this because it changes. 5.6 and 5.15?
Correct.
Okay. And Doug Otto?
5.12?
5.12. Okay. So I have 3 items we've pulled from the consent agenda, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, you can continue with your approval of the consent agenda first, please.
All right, so we're going to move on. I'll entertain a motion to approve all items except 5.6, 5.5, and 5.12.
So moved.
Point of order, it's 5.15.
I'm sorry, did I misspeak? Okay,
I thought you said 5.
5.15 and 5.12. Okay, I have a motion by Trustee Zia. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Trustee Baxter. Any discussion? Okay, Madam Secretary, if you can please take a roll call vote on the remaining consent items.
Student Trustee Jimenez?
Aye.
Virginia Baxter?
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu?
Aye.
Uduak Joe Intek?
Aye.
Doug Otto?
Aye.
And Sunny Zia?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. And Trustee Baxter, we'll begin with you, item 5.16.
Yes, thank you, President Malauulu. My question is, there is a decrease in this budget revision of almost $40,000 for Upward Bound. And I believe this is a very important program that the college puts on, helping high school students navigate their way toward success in college. And I just wanted to hear the rationale for this decrease in the budget.
Thank you, Dr. Baxter. That revision, as well as the other two revisions on this item, reflect a change in the funding rates from the source of the funding. So it's not an option on the district's part to reduce the budget, but rather it's a recalculation based on the source of the funding that's reduced the amount. So it could track back to either a change in the statewide rate or a different change in funding, but that is why we are making the adjustment. I would defer to Dr. Munoz, but we don't anticipate any change in the program operation as a result of this change. So there'll be a seamless experience from that program. There'll be no change on our end in relationship to this change.
Trustee Baxter, is that sufficient?
Yes, Dr. Munoz was trying to speak. I can't understand what he.
Can't hear you.
Dr. Munoz? It doesn't say that you're on mute, but we can't hear you. Now, I don't know if this helps, but the same exact thing happened to me, and you have to go into your settings, and there's two different types of audio speaker, and you click on the one that's not clicked. I don't know how that could possibly help you, but someone guided me through that once. But you're gonna see two choices. The one that's clicked is not the one that's working, so click on the other one.
Wait, is that for Macs or for Windows?
Mine is Windows, but it was output, and someone guided me through it and it worked. So we could see you talking, but we can't hear you.
Is this when the cosmic rays hit the election?
And maybe he could respond in the chat and then we could move on.
Let me see. Let me see if I could find it. This right here. It's called microphone 2. Okay, go to your settings, go to sound, and then it's gonna give you two choices, microphone 2, Realtek audio, click on the other one.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes. Did it work?
I had to log off and log back in, so that was my fix. No, I apologize. I should have just kept my mouth shut. I was just saying, I was echoing what Vice President Drinkwine said, that programmatically we don't expect any disruption, and this is just an adjustment of the budget based on the allocation that we received from the department.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, so Trustee Baxter, is that good for you?
That's fine, and I'll make the motion to approve.
Okay, I need a second for item 5. Trustee Untuck for 5.6. Any discussion? Madam Secretary, roll call vote.
May I ask one question before I take the vote? Did you pull 5.5?
No, 1.5. 15.
Okay, nobody pulled 5.5. Okay, thank you. Oh my God. Virginia, our student trustee Jimenez.
Thank you.
Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Uduak Joe Intuck.
Aye.
Doug Otto.
Aye.
And Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. And now I'm going to go out of order, Trustee Baxter, to keep it with you, 5.15.
Yes, thank you, President Malauulu. 5.15 considers the contract between the Long Beach City College Foundation and Long Beach City College. And according to the documents, this is a 5-year contract. And I have a question. First of all, it approves $200,000 for reimbursement of operating expenses. But my question is an additional $75,950 to annually fund the alumni office, an alumni director. When we voted on this either 2 or 3 years ago, I can't remember exactly, we, and Vice President Drinkwine is nodding her head, we said that this would be seed money. And I don't, if at the end of 5 years, that means it's 7 years worth of seed money. And so I'm uncomfortable voting in favor, not because I don't think the alumni office is doing a great job. They are. I happen to be working on a project with Paula Barrow, and she's very, very competent, doing a very, very good job. But I just question when it was submitted as seed money, why it needs to be seeded for 7 years.
You want me to?
Question as well, Paul.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah. I think that came into play about 2017. For that kind of predates me. And so I think what we're looking for is, because we're going into a 5 to 6 year campaign where the foundation plans to raise $20 to $40 million on behalf of Long Beach City College, that this money will help us with some of our operating expense and create a situation where, all the stakeholders have some skin in the game. That position that is there for the alumni office is a position that we've expanded. The money that's allocated in there doesn't cover all the costs of that position currently. It's a little bit more than that. So that 75,000 is about 85% of what that covers. So Paula's position really is a director of development and alumni relations position. And what we're trying to do, because we just got the alumni database last year, probably at the beginning of the year, we are starting to engage those alums. Instead of sending out a newsletter to 5,000 alums, we're sending it out to about 80,000. So that process of really development of alumni is just beginning. I mean, it hasn't really even started yet because we didn't have the database. Our new database just got implemented. People are getting trained on that. We're starting to segment. There's just a ton of work to do on that. And it's if you talk to other city colleges and other colleges that go down on the road of a 10-year process to really have your alums engaged, what we're trying to do is have our alums engaged on the donor side and bring them into our giving circles, bring them back to campus as speakers and engaging with our students. Our whole campaign is student facing. We're going to be raising funds for Long Beach College Promise and for emergency fund needs. We tested about 8 areas, career and technical. It's all student programs, all student facing. And so this money at 275 represents about 30% of our operating budget. And it's about a 6% investment from the district over a 5-year period to gain $20 to $40 million that, we're going to put for access for students and for student success. I mean, this is kind of what, we're asking of the district, is to make that 5-year commitment with us. I mean, we're all in on this. I've been working a lot on this to put estate gifts and build a sophisticated fundraising machine on all levels. We've got engagement from the entire staff on this whole thing. So I'm hoping, Dr. Baxter, that maybe answered some of your questions.
No, and Paul, I hope you don't take this as a negative thing, because I think I have said repeatedly, I think you're doing a super job. You're doing something that I was too busy micromanaging to do, which is reaching out to donors. You've started the stewardship program, which is so important, with contacting donors, not to ask for money, but to thank them and to keep them in communication. So I think you're doing a wonderful job. The point that I'm making is when this was requested, it was seed money.
Yeah. No, I understand that, but we didn't get the database until this year. So even though it started, as seed money 3 years ago, we really haven't got started till this year. And so this is going to be an ongoing process to yield anything for the college to really engage our alums. We want to engage them and bring them back and make them donors and be supporters of students on that. It's not a short-term thing at all. And, I just feel that we are just starting to go down that road in a big way. And so I'm just asking for the district's support as we get into this campaign. So.
Okay, I see that Doug would like to make a comment, and then I want to follow up on this, but go ahead.
Okay, so this may just be a question of semantics, because I remember 2 years ago when we said this is seed money, but when I look at this contract, it doesn't say anything about this being seed money. This just says that this is what we want to do, the things that we're doing now. So the fact that it used to be seed money doesn't have anything to do with they're asking for this money now to do the work that they've outlined. And I've participated in the surveys, and I know, and I've read the prospectus and what it is that they're trying to do. And I think, and Jenny, you would know better than I, but that foundations, community college foundations up and down the state have partnerships with the college to do this kind of work. And this kind of work wasn't being done before, and it costs money, and it's got to come from someplace. And since by the way, all the money that the foundation raises goes to the college, the fact that the foundation wants to partner with the college to do this, and to not only partner with them in their efforts, but financially, I'm fully in support of this. I think that this is a great idea, and a recognition of the reality of what it takes to do a multi-million-dollar campaign, and I think that's important.
Yeah. If I could say something after you, Trustee Baxter, because I know you wanted to say something.
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Speaking of the foundation, I did attend quite a few of the events, the foundation or breakfast with the foundation, and I do see what these individuals do and what an impact they make on the college. And so I'm in full support of, this it's really an investment in the students. We're having this paid position so that someone could be directing and, getting more alumni involved. And I think it can be done. And I think we're already doing such a great job, but it can be done even better. Why not? And it would be even better to, and I don't even know how it works in terms of reporting, but it would be even better to see the outcome of actually awarding this position, and like a report saying, okay, look at all the things that they've done, and see this is what our investment has done for us. So yeah, I'm in support of this as well, Trustee Otto. Thank you.
Go ahead, Trustee Antec.
Hey, yeah, thanks. I appreciate this coming forward, and I guess, and I attended the recent foundation meeting, but didn't know this was coming until the agenda was posted publicly. I'm supportive of partnering with the foundation and helping contribute to the cause. My only issue is the term. Typically, kind of the longest contracts we do is like 3 years, not 5 years. That's the only item that gives me a little bit of heartburn, is the length of this. And, not that we don't make a 5-year commitment now, we can't come back in 3 years and do another, or 2 years and do an extension. But I just have concern on the length of the 5-year term. Is farther than we know what the budget is going to look like in the foreseeable future. And we're in a very uncertain budget times.
Again, I want to reiterate that I am not against the foundation, obviously, and and the fact that, and this is a great thing about Trustee Otto, and I'm going to miss him. It does not say in here seed money, but my point was it did in the beginning, and I would probably feel more comfortable if 275,950 were asked for rather than segregating it. But I don't want, and Trustee Untuck, to respond to you, we just gave Cordoba a 5-year contract, and the whole rationale was for planning. And so I don't want to make the contract less, because I don't think that's a good idea when they're trying to plan something 7 years in the future. But I just wanted to make that point. I'm not against this. I'm just making a point. And then I'll be quiet.
I also have a question, Chair Malauulu.
Go ahead, Trustee Zia.
Yeah, I seem to recall, and correct me if I'm wrong, this was prior to your time, Paul. When we first got this, it was just, we were told that this is going to be a one-time thing and it's going to be limited. It's beginning to feel like it's becoming an evergreen contract. And again, I'm very supportive of the foundation. I'll always be there for you all. There's a reason it has a fundraising arm. How are we going to invest in this position is by fundraising, is how we've done it in the past. And I just feel like I don't want to create an over-reliance on the district during hardship in economic times and this economic misery. That's the only thing that is there for me. It's not really palatable, especially since we were told it was supposed to end last year, is what I recall when we were presented with this. And that was it. It was a limited time. So I'd like to understand why, and is this going to be it? Is this the only 5-year term and that's it? It's going to be done by 2026? Or are we going to keep having to pay for this position?
Well, my goal is during this campaign that we're able to build up an operating endowment as well. The plan is that this campaign leads up to the 100-year anniversary of the school. And during that time, all the processes of the foundation are put into place. And operating budget money, endowments around the college promise, and everything else that we have planned. The hope, I can't guarantee everything. I mean, the ideal is to be, self-sustaining, which would be great. That's my goal down the road. But till we get to that, this help is going to allow us to get to that. And, so, hopefully we're in a great spot after that. I mean, I can't guarantee what's going to happen in the future. I just say you have my commitment to this campaign and to make it a success for the school and for the students. It's really about the students and the student success. And so that's what I can offer on that.
Okay, thanks, Paul. Just to dovetail on what the student trustee was mentioning, do we have data that can back up some of the work that has already been done by the investment in the seed money for this position so far? And then, so that we can kind of extrapolate for the next 5 years based on that success rate?
Yeah, I think what we're trying to do is involve and this really has just begun, Sonny, as far, Trustee Zia, I'm sorry. We have just begun to engage. We have a lot of alums already engaged, but there's a whole host of other ones that we do not have engaged, and we're starting to go down that road. And like I said, we just received the alumni database, prior this year. And so for us, this process is just beginning. We're putting into effect a complete social media plan. We're going to be sending out newsletters once a month now electronically, coming up to about 80,000 alums. So the engagement really and the plan and the strategic plan around this is really being developed. And that's why I'm asking for a longer term commitment, because this campaign is 5 to 6 years. And so if we have all these elements in place, we know what to expect and we can build on that. So.
Got it.
And I will come back. Yes, Trustee Zia, I will come back every year, every April, and I will give you a report on everything that we've done.
Yeah, if we can disaggregate it for this piece, for the alumni results, that would be fantastic. I know it's a little bit more unwieldy, but it would be great if we can all have that touch point.
Yes, Trustee Otto?
So, I'm having a lot of trouble with this because the way I'm understanding this is before Paul got here, we said, oh, let's invest some money in the foundation. And we think that that's a really good idea. And how about $76,000 a year for a couple of years as seed money? Then we hire Paul. Everybody, I haven't heard any dissent, says that Paul's doing a really good job now, and he's changing the way that it's being done. He's trying to establish, and he's given us reports that I've heard loud and clear about new systems and new accountability. I think that Jenny ran it on a shoestring for years and years and years and years because this stuff wasn't being done. But Paul's bringing these things into play. He's announced a very aggressive capital campaign that obviously costs a lot of money, and I'm concerned that we're saying we're all for you, but we're not going to give you the money to do it for this 5-year period. By the way, which is the length of your campaign, because we're not sure. And I think you either you're going to say we want a foundation that does this kind of work, and you have to do this kind of invest $76,000 a year for 5 years, or you say, well, we don't know. And when it comes to the crunch in 3 years or 4 years, when they really need to, they see what can be done, they're coming back. I think it's a bad message. I think that the benefits are obvious. And it's the way foundations work. I know a little bit about this stuff because this is what my wife did for a living for a long time, and I've watched these things happen. And this conversation started off as I thought this was seed money. Paul, what are you doing now? And it's like I wasn't there. And then it became okay. Now we want to do this more, but he's not saying this is more seed money. This is just what we want to do in order to hopefully bring this amount of money to the college, not to the foundation per se, but to the college to help the students. And it's a no-brainer to me to do this. Yeah, I wish I had a little bit more information about how it was going to look in 3 years, but that's, that's why they pay him the big bucks to do this.
Well, Doug, I think you've misrepresented what I was getting at. And I'm going to vote yes on this, okay? But I don't like the way it's stated that it's broken down between 200,000 for operating, reimbursement of operating, plus 75,950 funding annually for the alumni director. That's what I'm getting at. I'm not against it. I understand, as you said, I know a lot about fundraising, but I just didn't like the way it was stated. But I approve of the total. I don't approve of the representation.
The semantics.
Yes.
President Malauulu, may I say something?
Yes, go ahead, Luann.
That breakdown came at my suggestion to Vice President Drinkwine. Because when I was looking at the MOU and looking at the total cost, I said, what is the 75,000? How is that separate? And it was piled into one figure originally. And I said, well, maybe we should break it out just to be a little more transparent about it. So just for clarification, I'm the one who suggested the breakout, but if the board wishes to put them together, certainly we can do that.
Semantically.
Yeah, as Trustee Otto says, it's semantics. I'm just bringing something up.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I have one question, Paul, and I know that it's, I don't even know if you have the answer right away, but what percentage of your overall budget is this $500,000?
You mean the 275?
Yeah, or I'm sorry, it's 5 years, 275, I'm sorry. Look at me giving
it's 30
money.
Yes. Hey, I approve of Vivian's 500,000. That's great. Can we?
What percentage of your overall budget is that?
About 33%.
Okay.
Of the operating budget. Yeah.
So, I mean, I think that, and I know that there's some mixed feelings about that, but I think that considering that a third of the foundation's overall budget relies so heavily on the district, I could understand why some of my colleagues on the board would be concerned about possibly having to commit to that, especially when we've got uncertain times now and ahead. So it's just a third of your budget is a lot. And I'm wondering if the foundation has had a discussion about possible other sources of income, or possibly just taking a closer, harder look at the budget to see, what else can be done in the event that the district is in a position to not fund that third of the budget. What happens if, God forbid, we're in a place next year or the year after, where we can't allocate that kind of money to you? It's not like we're talking about 5% or 10% of your budget. We're talking about 33% of your overall budget. So I agree with Trustee Zia that you are heavily reliant upon the district. That's not chump change. So whether it hasn't happened or not, but maybe the foundation can sit down and say, what do we need to do to minimize that third, and maybe, get it down to a quarter of our budget, or even less than that in the future. So if any of my colleagues, and Paul, you're welcome to respond to that if it's already happened or not, but if not, I don't know if that can be amended, or if maybe we can table it and bring it back another month and just, crunch the numbers a little better. And we do have a liaison to the Foundation Executive Committee. So maybe that's something that we can work out together. Doug?
I'm sorry, Chair Malauulu, I'm a little confused from what is codified in the contract. What is the total not to exceed value for the 5-year term? Is it 1.4 million yearly or 1.379? Okay. See, that's the problem here. And I think I would support you, Chair Malauulu, if we can either bring this back where it's a little bit more transparent about what exactly we're voting on, what's the totality. And I agree with Trustee Baxter. I wholeheartedly support you, Paul, but it's, we don't know what next year is going to bring. We don't know what the district's going to look like. I'm even willing to do this on an annual basis and examine where we're at and see what kind of return we're getting. But I'm just a little bit uncomfortable with the total value and the way it's portrayed. It doesn't come across as that. And I know it wasn't your fault, but I think we need to do better on that front in crystallizing it.
So
I keep seeing Doug's hand. I don't know if you're breakdancing back there because you're doing different things with your hands, but I do see it. Go ahead, Trustee Otto. Just because it's your last meeting doesn't mean you can dance.
Well, did you say, did I want to dance? Maybe not. So listen, there's something that hasn't been put into this conversation, and that is, so what's the message that Long Beach City College sends to the people that we want to raise money from, our alumni and businesses in the area, when we say, gee, we're not sure we trust the foundation with this because we're not sure where we're going to be? I mean, I'd love to see a comprehensive study of where the foundation was 5 years ago, 10 years ago, what its budget was and all that. Maybe we can come up with that at some point. But I think it's important at this time to send a message that the foundation, which is a partner with the college and gives all of its money except for its operating expenses to the college, is trying to do something that's profoundly more and significant for the benefit of our students. So I'm not uncomfortable with this. I think it's unfortunate that, I mean, it's real simple to say how much it is. It's $275,950 times 5, whatever that is. We learned just a little while ago that what happened was that there was a request by the superintendent to break it out, and Paul didn't have anything to do with that. But I believe in them. I've seen what they're doing. I've seen what the game plan is. I've looked at where it is. I know to some extent what it costs to raise money like this. And I think it sends a bad message if we say, we don't completely trust you and we're not sure where we're going to be. I think we can afford it. I think it's a good idea, and we're wrong to question this at this point. That's just my point of view. And of course, I have a vested interest in not putting this over, because I won't be here.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, is there any additional discussion on this item? All right, so a motion is in order regarding this item 5.15 on the consent agenda. What is the pleasure of the board?
Is it pending? Is a motion pending?
We have no motion yet.
Motion been made?
There is no motion yet.
I move we approve.
Do we have a
Approve that
second
we-
on that motion to approve the item as is? All right, the motion dies due to lack of a second. So
Trustee Malauulu, I'll make the second, just so we can have a discussion, and I'd like to make an alternative motion.
A friendly amendment?
Yeah, a friendly amendment.
Okay, so we've got a motion and a second to approve item 5.15 on the agenda, and I'd like to open it up to discussion. Trustee Zia, go ahead.
Yeah, I think, again, I don't have a problem with this, and I will support it. I would like to make a friendly amendment to decrease the term to a year for the value of 275 and some change that you guys have, 275,950, and renew it on an annual basis because we're in economic uncertain times. That's what I'd like to offer to my colleagues.
And that's not a friendly amendment. And so if it fails well, it has a second, we can vote it down if you want. But here's what my concern is, and I don't think I said it very well, but to ramp up to do a campaign like this, you can't nickel and dime it. You can't say, we're going to do it for 1 year and then bring it back, and there's a different board and they do different things. And it's more of what it communicates to the community and the people you're trying to raise money from. The people that you're raising money from are the most skittish of them all. And if they have the feeling that you may not be there next year, or you're not really committed to this, and you don't have the infrastructure to do this, which you have to make some commitments to, then you might as well try and not do it. And I support Paul in what he's trying to do. Maybe if you said, okay, let's do it for 4 years, or maybe as few as 3, but otherwise, I think we're stabbing ourselves in the back. So it's not a friendly amendment. If you want to vote this down and do something else, go ahead.
You know, Trustee Otto, I think it's really intellectually dishonest for you to frame it as, we're conveying no trust in the foundation. That's not the case here. We're just trying to be fiscally prudent. I think it's prudent for us to consider the economic times and not have an understanding of what return we're going to get on the investment, and be very mindful of that. And it's not an all or nothing situation. We can do it. We can accomplish. It's better than voting it down. Let's just do it. To me, it makes sense to do this on an annual basis rather than going writ large at 5 years. And it doesn't represent any lack of support for the foundation. And I really take exception when you say that. And I agree with Trustee Baxter. That's a total misrepresentation of where we're at with this.
Well, I think what you're trying to do is to get me to say this should be what your idea should be a friendly amendment. You're not going to convince me of that.
I'm not trying to convince you, Trustee Otto. I'm just trying to say that it's an alternative.
Okay, let me go ahead and interrupt the both of you. Sorry about that. Trustee Z, I see what you're saying. I do understand your point, and I tend to agree with what you're putting out there as far as maybe reducing the term I personally would like to see this come back with a little bit more transparency at a future meeting. I'd like to see the numbers just have a little better, more clear definition in terms of the amount and the year. Just the way it's written right now could be misleading. So I'm going to vote no, not because I don't want to give the foundation money, not because I don't think we should give the foundation money, but because I'd like to see it with a little bit more clarity on the agenda. And I think we've already established that and the need for that. But other than that, I mean, you know, there's no doubt, Paul, and anybody from the foundation who's tuning in, that the district does want to partner with you and support you. I'm concerned about the scale of the support that the district gives to its fundraising arm. I mean, you know, it's an auxiliary type of venture. Perhaps I'm using the wrong word there. I see Trustee Baxter shaking her head. But as far as the foundation goes with its fundraising, its goal is to raise money. And even though the district is supportive of that and our students benefit from it, I think that we can probably figure out a better way to work the budget and to make it a little less painful on our end should we need it to be. Any additional discussion? Paul, are you okay with us bringing it back? You know, with a little more.
There's a motion on the floor to approve it. There's a motion and a second on the floor to approve it.
All right. Any additional discussion, Trustee Zia? Were you going to say something?
I just wanted to offer, if it helps, what you're suggesting, if we can make a motion to continue it, so that doesn't, you know.
Well, we've got a motion and a second,
Yeah.
on the floor, so we have to act on this motion and second. If there's no additional discussion, then Madam Secretary, if you can take a roll call vote on this motion.
Clarification. I have a
Could
motion.
somebody repeat the motion?
Yes, please.
It's to approve item 5.15 on the agenda.
With no amendment as of.
Correct.
Okay.
Right.
And Trustee Ntuk and Trustee Zia. Okay. Student Trustee Jimenez?
Nay.
Pardon?
Nay.
Virginia Baxter?
No.
Vivian Malauulu?
Nay.
Uduak Joe Ntuk?
A nay.
Doug Otto?
Aye.
And Sunny Zia?
Nay.
Okay, the motion fails. So now is there an additional motion that anybody would like to make on this particular item to perhaps? Was that Trustee Ntuk?
Yeah, can I make a motion that we bring it back next month? For me, I would like to see it a 3-year term and some additional information on the previous contract and just maybe we can have a presentation, a little more briefing to answer everyone's questions. But I'd like to make a motion for it to come back and it to be a 3-year term on the December meeting.
I second that motion.
You know, Trustee Ntuk, would you consider reframing the motion without the 3-year term? Would you consider just making a motion to bring it back next month? And then, you know, however it's brought back 3 or 5 years?
I guess it's just bringing it back for the sake of bringing it back without any direction to change it. I mean, I guess I could amend my motion, say bring it back in an amended format, but that leaves it open. What is the amended format that folks are agreeable to?
Yeah, I agree with Trustee Ntuk.
I also agree.
Okay, so you want the motion to remain to bring it back under a 3-year term?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
I'm sorry, I just want to understand the motion. And then I think he also said presentation with answering questions of the board, right? And
we can add that to later in the agenda for presentation by the board. I don't think it would fall under the consent or a specific budget item. It would just need to be an item on the consent calendar because it's budget, and then we can request that a presentation be made on that particular item. So we have a motion and a second to bring item 5.15, the contract with the foundation, back at the December meeting under a 3-year term. And trustee Untuck made the motion. I heard student trustee Jimenez second, and then trustee Zia with the final second. Any discussion? All right, Madam Secretary, roll call vote, please.
Student trustee Jimenez,
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu,
Aye.
Uduak Joe Intuck,
Aye.
Doug Otto,
I will abstain.
and Sunny Zia.
Aye.
You didn't ask for my vote.
I clicked your name, Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, motion carries. And now we're going to go back to trustee Otto's item on the agenda, 5.12. Trustee Otto, you have the floor.
Great. So I'm disturbed by this. This is a get it in front of me here. This is a recommendation to approve the Long Beach City College Third Amendment to our contract with the police of the City of Long Beach Police. And, you know, when last summer, when this was a very big issue and there was talk all over the country about defunding the police, we said, we really need to look at this and think about it. And this, I mean, the motion, the amendment that's presented gives me absolutely no information about any conversations that have taken place on this campus as to what those previous sentiments were. It just says we're going to shuffle things around. And I would have liked, I can't support this the way it is now because I don't know enough about it. The information that is supplied here says that approve the City of Long Beach Amendment Number 3 to amend Exhibit A to the agreement with an Exhibit A3 to include additional direct costs for October 1, 2020 through September 30, 2021. The contract term end date remains as of September 30, 2022. I think that we owe the citizens of Long Beach, I think we owe the students at our school who have marched and done other things more than that in response to what happened this summer. It's like we forgot about it. And that's why I can't support it.
Thank you, trustee Otto. Anybody else want to weigh in on this? Now, Vice President Drinkwine, I saw you going to say something there. Go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify that what this represents is the typical increase in cost resulting by the Long Beach Police Department's increase in salaries. We are under current contract, and I believe that there are those here better than I who are equipped to talk about how we've been moving forward in the efforts that the district has had to re-examine how we provide campus safety and policing. This represents that natural increase during this process. Since we do currently contract with the Long Beach Police Department, this allows us to reimburse them at their current salary and rates. And then at the moment that we make those decisions to change how those services are provided and the level that they are provided in, then the police department has indicated that they are fully willing to come back to the table and meet with us. And I'd also like to remind the Board of Trustees that there is a 60-day cancellation period without fault in our contract with the Long Beach Police Department, meaning that with 60 days prior notice, we can cancel our contract. But again, the increases referenced in this item are to reflect the increases that the Long Beach Police Department provided to their employees. So thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Trustee Otto?
Yeah, so it begs the question of what the services will be. It just says that we're going to have the same services, and those same services will be reimbursed at a higher rate because their rates go up. And I just can't support this under the circumstances. And I realize that I guess I shouldn't say I realize, but I assume that this is an ongoing conversation, but I haven't heard a peep about it. And that's why I feel there should have been more done. We all know that the way the world works is that when things are hot, when people are thinking about them and talking about things to do, that's when you act. You don't kick it down the road. And I mean, I'm just uncomfortable with it. I think that more shoulda, coulda been done about how we would, at least a conversation about how we would change our services. Do we need as many police officers? Do we need to divert some of their money into other kinds of services that can be provided for less money? Because as we've learned in our last discussion, we're in a financially uncomfortable time. We don't know what we're going to get next year. And so, I mean, I just, without being dramatic about this, I think it's, I don't want us to have missed the moment. And I'm worried that what we do by approving this is kick something down the road that moves in that direction. And since, honestly, I'm not going to be here to be involved in this discussion that hasn't taken place so far, I just can't support it. That's why I pulled it.
Trustee Baxter?
I think Trustee Untuck had his hand before me. I'm just more hyper. So, Trustee Untuck, do you want to speak first? Do you want me to?
Sorry, I did not see Trustee Untuck's hand.
Actually, Trustee Baxter had her hand before me because she was hyper. Hand up.
And I am. And then I'll just say, I agree with Trustee Otto. This is another thing that's been brought up. Okay, they have a pay increase, but has at any time there been a discussion about the fact that we don't have 25,000 people on campus, but yet we have the same level of service. And I just wonder, it calls for post-certified officers, and then I think 12 underlings, whatever they're called. And do we really need that many people to patrol a campus that maybe has 3,000 people on campus right now?
So before Trustee Untuck responds, Trustee Baxter, let me just let you know that the ad hoc committee that is overseeing the police contract was not able to meet this month. Just too many schedule conflicts and the holiday. But we are planning on meeting in the next couple of weeks, and that's one of the issues that will also be addressed, especially because spring semester will be remote. And we don't know what will happen in the summer and fall. So I think that that's certainly warrants discussion. Yes, I see Marlene up. I don't know, Trustee Untuck, do you want to speak before Vice President Drinkwine?
Sure, since I was next. I have never said defund the police or make the campus more unsafe. We had a good meeting, I think, with the President's Council where I reiterated that. And when we talked about safety, that, to me, the biggest fear I hear is from students of color, fearful of the police versus our staff. And then the other issue is, about 10% of our normal population is on campus and 90% are remote learning. So it does beg the question, what are we paying for? But I agree that this is to just put this on consent calendar without preparation, without presentation, I think doesn't do it justice. I think we do need to have a larger, robust conversation, but outstanding information is still being collected. At least my hope was that we were going to have information to present to the board so we could have an informed discussion. We have not had that yet. There was some indication from Chief Luna wanted to talk to us. That has not happened yet. We still didn't get an answer on what happened to Lieutenant Martinez, and now Commander Lieberman has gone. Are we getting prorated a discounted amount for that? Months of lack of service. But it's, I agree with Trustee Otto and Trustee Baxter. There's a lot of unanswered questions, and just to put it on here without any briefing or additional supplement little information, I think doesn't allow us to make a good decision to put the priority in campus safety that we need to do.
President.
Yes, Vice President Drinkwine, I don't want to pass you up a second time. Would you like to speak?
No, I would definitely defer to Interim Superintendent Bynum.
Okay, thank you. And then Jerry, I do see your hand up. I'll come back to you.
Yeah, just there were a lot of good recommendations that came out of the meeting with the ad hoc committee and the President's Leadership Council. We have captured those. We will be scheduling a meeting with the ad hoc committee in the next 2 weeks and presenting those for review and discussion and other options. We were not billed for the absence of Lieutenant Martinez from the police department, so that has been taken care of. I also understand that there may be a new police lieutenant that will be coming on board fairly soon. I haven't had a chance to talk to Marlene a little bit more about that. For sure, we want to be able to meet with that person and have a sense of the profile of that person. I think by December, we can have a lot more information working with the ad hoc committee to be able to just present all of this to you. You know, we have, every year we do an amendment because we have to look at the costs every year. We're in the third year of a 5-year contract, technically. That can change based on the board's desire, of course, but I think the best, I also know that Marlene and her staff have gathered information from other campuses, what they pay for policing, whether or not it's sheriffs or police or security personnel. And we'll be prepared to share all of that information with you. But we need to have a meeting with the ad hoc committee first to review all of this with them and see what direction they would like to go in.
Okay, thank you. Any additional, Jerry, yes, Jerry, I want to come back.
Thank you. At President's Leadership Council 2 months ago, when the ad hoc committee from the board joined us, I think that you were able to hear that there's great interest from all constituent groups on the campus, students, faculty, staff, administration, management, to be part of this discussion. So I was in 2 faculty meetings last week. Both groups asked when those meetings were going to be scheduled. When will people be allowed to sit at the table and have those conversations with the board ad hoc committee? So I really need to put that out there yet again. This is too big of an issue to just be decided in after a casual show up at a President's Leadership Committee, and then decisions are made when there's really not a process, a structure, of whatever. So I really, on behalf of the faculty, I need to say that the expectation is that we will be invited to the table, as will all the constituent groups, that this will impact whatever decisions made. It's about being part of the discussion, understanding what the process is, understanding what the ultimate deliverables are going to be. But I can speak specifically for the faculty. They are expecting an invitation to the table to be part of this conversation. So I again, not about this contract, but about just the whole discussion. And I'm hoping that that is what you and Uduak heard when you came to President's Leadership Council, that there is an expectation and there's great interest on behalf of all the constituency groups to be part of this conversation. So thank you.
President Malauulu?
Yes, thank you, Jerry. Yes, Student Trustee Jimenez? Was that Jenna?
No, it's
It was Cece.
Oh, I'm sorry, Cece, I can't see. There you go. There you go.
Completely concur with what Academic Senate President Florence just said. The classified staff feels the same way. There's great interest in developing a larger group that we would be asked to be part of, and it's taking too long.
Yeah, Trustee Untuck, before you respond, I just want to say to both Jerry and Cece that Trustee Untuck and I are on that ad hoc committee. And we just haven't been able to meet again, period, since that President's Leadership Council. So it's not that we haven't gone back or that we haven't met with any of the constituent groups. We just haven't been able to get that onto the calendar. And we really recognized it this month because I was hoping to have a report back this month, and it was on both of our radar, and we didn't realize how short of it. So there was a long period of time between the September meeting and the October meeting. Said we'd come back to the November meeting. There's a very short period of time between the October and November meeting. And I think that that's where the calendar lack of coordination happened. We went from a long to a short period. So Trustee Anderson, but we are aware that we do need to meet on this.
Yeah, no, I would just like to share with Jerry and Cece that, you know, the ad hoc committee did not put this on the agenda. This was not our decision. One of the things there was a lot of unanswered questions and follow-up has not been done yet, which I still intended to be done. Also, we did hear from not just at that President Leadership Council meeting, but from other people, slow down, let's be deliberative, let's be thoughtful. And to me, that's why I was okay with not rushing to have meetings and, engagement. I thought we were trying to slow down and get our ducks in the row. But I had no role in putting this on the agenda today or the intention of doing this without having the input of folks. So I just wanted to say that. The other thing, I know that there's been an issue with the PD not participating in investigating and providing investigative services per the contract that continues to give me pause. If we're paying to get the full services that we're asking for from PD. And then, Vice President Drinkwine has continued to talk about the sheriffs, and I don't understand what the sheriff's role is, or if you plan to do an RFP. That has been an outstanding issue that I'm unclear of as well. So there's a lot of, I think, unanswered questions still in the process. And I wouldn't describe this as a penultimate conclusion, nor am I claiming responsibility for putting this on the agenda today.
Yes, go ahead. Jerry, before you start, somebody's TV is on in the background. A little while ago, it was like maybe the meeting was playing, and then right now it's just it's coming across. Thank you. Go ahead, Jerry.
So thank you, Uduak. I appreciate that comment. I'm not speaking to the contract. I don't think that you had. It really my thought process came up when Doug was talking about have there been conversations on campus with regard to this issue? And the answer is no, there has not in a meaningful, collaborative, consultative way. So that's what I'm speaking to, not the contract. I realize that that's kind of over here. That's fiscal and a budget issue. I got all that. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about that, there's real interest and it will be very unfortunate to go forward without the campus constituencies being able to weigh in on what this new model could or could not look like. So it's really not about the contract. That's kind of you guys and how that gets worked out. But my concern is that, again, 2 months ago at President's Leadership Council, I hope you heard very clearly from all of the constituent groups that we want to be part of this conversation in a formal process, not a casual walk across the campus kind of a way, but in a formal meeting. Let's talk about it. I don't think any of us are in a rush necessarily, but I think that's going to take time to have this discussion. I think there's frustration because it seemed at the time this was really, really important for everybody. And then it's been radio silence for 2 months. And so I think that's the concern I'm bringing forward. Again, I was in 2 meetings this week, completely filled with faculty wanting to know where are we on the process. And so I just think it's incumbent for all of us to realize that this is a big conversation. It needs campus buy-in. It needs campus involvement. It needs collegial consultation between all the constituent groups. So that's really what I'm talking about. I realize it kind of got mixed into this conversation, but when Doug brought up the point, I thought, I really have to say the answer is no. We have not had any conversation for it. And we're very anxious to be a part of it, as is the other constituency group. So that's just my clarification. Thank you.
Absolutely. I agree.
President Malauulu, if I may as well.
Yes, go ahead. And Marlene, I do see your hand up. Go ahead, Jenna.
I know this is, is commonly been talked about, but, having the conversation around this is definitely something that I look forward to. The students are looking forward to, and even my cabinet is looking forward to having the conversation around this. So I do agree with the fact that this action, I think it's happening too soon for us to not, I just think that we should contemplate more and actually hold a discussion at these board meetings so that we can get a clarified idea of whether or not we're going to actually have police officers on campus, and or we're going to change the way that we have how many police officers we're going to have on campus. So I think I agree with most of the people here who, do want to have the discussion. I'm just vouching for the students in that case. So thank you.
Okay, Marlene.
Thank you. I'd like to just offer
Marlene,
one last.
finally.
Thank you. I'd like to offer just one last clarification, and this is with the understanding this is an incredibly complex issue that has the need for a lot of discussion and some very critical decision making as we move forward. This is actually, from my perspective, from a contractual perspective, the opposite of taking action affirming the current contract. It is not that. We have an existing 5-year contract. The rate sheet expired this past September 30th. And so what this reflects is an ongoing operation while those conversations occur and until that additional action is taken to either, change how we approach our community policing. So this is in fact, in the interim action that continues the existing contract, allows us to reimburse the Long Beach Police Department at the current salary rates, and allow that process to continue district-wide, and then come back with those changes and say, this is now how we want to restructure. And then lastly, I just want to offer a slightly different perspective about campus security during COVID. It is true that we have a closed campus. It is also true we have a busy campus. We have several essential labs that are ongoing. We have major construction projects, and we do have essential personnel on staff. We also have some buildings that are incredibly attractive to trespassers, namely our parking structures. And we also have other buildings that house a lot of money in assets and equipment. And so what we have done, I will share, is we've worked with our officers to reschedule when they are on campus. So instead of having the typical schedule with officers during the week, during the day, we actually are now expanded and shifted some of those officers to work on the weekends and at night to prevent some unfortunate occurrences in our parking structures of vandalism. So we do recognize that it is a different campus than what is typical, but the needs for campus security remain. And what I would like to offer is a presentation on how those things have changed during COVID and what differences we have made. But again, this is an action that from a contractual perspective allows the continuation of those services while these very critical conversations and decisions are made. Thank you.
That's great. And I don't think anybody is in disagreement with anything that has been brought forth in this conversation. I think we're all on the same page. Trustee Untuck, you and I just need to really coordinate our calendars and have a meeting. And I think Marlene and Luann should be there, and we need to just move forward with the next step in the process.
Malauulu, can I ask a question?
Yes.
So what if we don't approve this, Marlene, today? We can't reimburse the police staff according to what the new salary structure is? Is that what it is? What's the ramification of us not approving this tonight?
If we don't approve this tonight, then the most I can reimburse the Long Beach Police Department was at their previous rate. They're not required to provide a service that causes them not to be reimbursed. So it would create a very difficult situation that would force us perhaps to reduce services? It is an interesting question because we'd have to go back and revisit that. I will say that annually we do engage in negotiations with them. We understand that the easiest part of the cost increase on an annual basis is to reflect the compensation increases they've provided for their employees. We also do an annual negotiation on their indirect cost rate or any other technology rates. This contract reflects just an increase in those salaries and benefit costs.
Got it. And I really appreciate you clarifying that this isn't a wholesale change. It's just to reflect the salary adjustments that they've had. That's a very fundamental distinction. Thank you.
Okay, so at this point, I'll entertain a motion because there is no motion on item 5.12.
I'll make the motion.
What's the pleasure of the board to move forward?
I made the motion, Trustee Malauulu.
Okay, what is the motion, Trustee Zia?
To go ahead and approve it, so we can pay them in the interim.
And are we approving, what's the length of the term that we're approving?
If I can clarify, the contract is already approved for a 5-year term. This simply adopts the new rate sheet for the period of October 1st, 2020 through September 30th, 2021. It does not affect the contract itself, the amount of services provided in the contract or the term of the contract.
Got it. Motion to approve the new rate sheets provided in the agenda.
As submitted.
As submitted.
That is the amendment. So please give us a second.
All right, so we've got a motion on the floor to approve item 5.12 as submitted. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Was that Trustee Untuck?
Yeah.
Trustee Untuck with the second, and any discussion on the item? Trustee Otto?
Can't hear you.
He's on mute still.
I am not. How about that?
We hear you now.
Okay, thanks. I'm going to vote against it. And the reason for that is because of everything I've heard tonight, which is that this has been going on for a long time. It doesn't appear that there's been any real meaningful discussion with the police about what's to happen. And the way I heard it, and Marlene, correct me if I'm wrong, but if we don't improve the rate increase, it doesn't mean they don't get paid. It just means that they don't get paid at the heightened or increased rate. And I don't know if they're going to talk about reducing services. That may be a good idea under the circumstances of what we got here. But I'm concerned with the fact that this got brought to us on the consent calendar with no discussion about something that we've been really interested in for a long time. And I think that maybe this will light a fire under everybody to make these discussions go ahead and not just kind of continue in this four-wheel drift. That's why I oppose it.
Thank you, Trustee Otto. Those are good points. Any additional discussion? All right, we've got a motion and a second. Madam Secretary, roll call vote, please.
Student Trustee Jimenez?
Nay.
Vivian Malauulu?
Nay.
Uduak Joe Ntuk?
Nay.
Doug Otto?
If I say nay, it's not to not approve Sunny's motion.
It's going to fail.
Nay.
Sunny Zia? Sunny Zia?
I think you skipped Trustee Baxter.
Again?
Yeah.
Again,
You know what I'm doing? I'm substituting.
You're lucky I'm not paranoid.
I know, I'm substituting the student trustee. I'm trying to get her first.
I understand.
Virginia Baxter?
Nay.
And Sunny Zia?
Aye.
The motion fails. I have a procedural question because this item as written fails. Do we need an additional motion to bring it back next month, or will it automatically come back next month?
Sure. Drinkwine, you can just bring it back, correct?
Correct. I can bring it back to you again and you can have an opportunity to revisit it.
Okay. All right. And I did catch that Trustee Baxter was skipped over on that vote, but I thought maybe she
No, I have
something.
a sticky note up here so I don't forget student trustee. So I'm reading her first and somehow in my brain, I'm skipping the first one.
I'm paranoid for you, Trustee Baxter, because I want to know why you keep getting skipped. So I've got the paranoia.
No, blame it on board docs.
Agenda. Sorry?
Blame it on board docs.
There you go. Okay, moving on the agenda to section 6 of the agenda, which is human resources. Item 6.1 is the revised LBCCE AFT 2020-2021 classified salary schedule. And this is ranges 1 through 6. This is an action item.
So move.
Actually, before we get to section 6, and I'm sorry, I was supposed to do this at the beginning of the meeting, so I don't know if procedurally if it's too late to do it, but I was supposed to move 2 items off the agenda, so we might just have to table them because I neglected to do that. I have in my notes here that I was supposed to pull items 6.3 and 6.6 at the beginning of the meeting, and I didn't do that. So is it too late for me to do it now that we're in section 6?
No, you're in the section and it's under non-consent, so you're fine.
Okay.
And may I say something, President Malauulu? I think it's 6.3 through 6.6.
Right.
Yes, it's 3, 4, 5, and 6, not.
Got it. 6.3 through 6.6. I'm going to go ahead and pull those 3 items off the agenda. Just a small technicality. They actually weren't supposed to be on the agenda per our board prep earlier in the week, but it just, fell through the cracks and it ended up being on the agenda anyway. So we're just going to pull those and bring those back in December. So item 6.1 on the agenda is an action item.
So move.
Trustee Baxter with the motion.
Second, Trustee Ntuk.
Trustee Ntuk with the second. Any discussion?
I'm sorry, hold on one moment, please. Could you tell me who the motion was?
Trustee Baxter with the motion, Trustee Ntuk with the second.
Okay, thank you. I'm not going to call student trustee Jimenez because it's salaries. Virginia Baxter?
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu?
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk?
Aye.
Doug Otto?
Aye.
And Sunny Zia?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item 6.2 on the agenda, exempt salary schedule effective January 1st, 2020. This is an action item. I'll entertain a motion.
Don't move.
You've got a motion by Trustee Baxter,
Second, Trustee Ntuk.
second by Trustee Ntuk. Any discussion? Okay, roll call vote, please.
Virginia Baxter?
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu?
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk?
Aye.
Doug Otto?
Aye.
And Sunny Zia?
Aye.
Motion carries. We're going to skip over table and bring back next month item 6.3, 6.4, 6.5, 6.6. And that concludes section 6 on the agenda. We're moving on to section 7, Academic Senate. There are no items under Academic Senate this month. Section 8 on the agenda, Academic Affairs. Item 8.1 is a new board policy and administrative regulation 40XX, career and technical education programs. This is an action item, and I believe it's the second reading. Yes, the first reading was at last month's meeting, which was October 28th. I'll entertain a motion that the Board of Trustees approve and adopt new board policy 40XX, career and technical education programs as submitted. As a reminder, for the benefit of the public, all of the attachments are available on Board Doc and anyone can click and view them. I need a motion, please.
So moved.
Moved by trustee Otto,
Second by trustee Zia.
second by trustee Zia. Any discussion? I would just like to say thank you for the staff that has been working diligently to bring back our trades, our career and technical education programs, all the work that's been done. I know that a lot of our programs have been aligned with state CTE guidelines to make them more meaningful and to actually add credibility and industry-related certification so that our students are not just taking classes, but they're also getting industry experience that can translate into a paycheck. So this item makes me particularly proud. Thank you for that. Any additional discussion? All right, roll call vote, please.
Student trustee Jimenez,
Aye.
Virginia Baxter,
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu,
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk,
Aye.
Doug Otto,
Aye.
and Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item 8.2, new board policy and administrative regulations 40XX, instructional service agreements. This is a second reading. It is an action item. It was first introduced at the October 28th board meeting. I'll entertain a motion and a second.
So moved.
Second.
Trustee Otto with the motion, trustee Baxter with the second. Any discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Student trustee Jimenez,
Aye.
Virginia Baxter,
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu,
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk,
Aye.
Doug Otto,
Aye.
and Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item 8.3 on the agenda, revised board policy 4002, disabled student programs and services. This is another action item that was introduced at last month's meeting. I'll entertain a motion and a second, please.
So moved.
Second, student trustee.
Trustee Zia with the motion, student trustee Jimenez with the second. I need an official second for the record.
Second.
Trustee Baxter with the second. Any discussion? Madam Secretary, roll call vote, please.
Student trustee Jimenez,
Aye.
Virginia Baxter,
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu,
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk,
Aye.
Doug Otto,
Aye.
and Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item 8.4 on the agenda, new board policy and administrative regulations 40XX, distance education. Boy, how's that for timely? This is the first reading. The attachments are on board docs, and it's just an information item only. New administrative regulation 40XX, distance education, is submitted for informational purposes only. It does not require board approval. And it's been distributed and discussed by the President's Leadership Council. There are 2 attachments. Item 8.4 on the agenda is also an information item only. First reading, 8.5, new board policy and administrative regulations 40XX, library and learning support services. This also has 2 attachments, and that concludes section 8 on the agenda.
President Malauulu?
Yes, trustee Ntuk.
Sorry, I was going to ask just if Dr. Scott could briefly talk about the distance education one, how that's different, because the first time we're seeing it, just briefly.
Certainly, Trustee Ntuk. We have not previously had a regulation and a policy and regulation on distance ed. It is legally required that we have one, so it's not replacing something. It's putting one in to make sure that we're legally compliant. It talks about in the administrative regulation the fact that our course quality will be the same as it is for face-to-face. It talks about the course approval process for when faculty want to offer a course in an online format, what their approval process for that is. It talks about how all distance ed courses must go through our learning management system, which is Canvas. It talks about the regular and effective contact that must occur between the instructor and the students and among the students as well. Both of those are requirements of either Title V or accreditation. It talks about the fact that faculty have to be trained. And for us, that means going through Canvas training as well as the pedagogy training, which is the TOS training. It talks about that we are going to encourage our students to be trained for online instruction. We have specific Quest modules that our students can take to become more fluent and more just comfortable with their online experience, and about the reporting to the Chancellor's Office appropriately for our online courses. So that's really what's in there. But it does make us compliant, and we use the league's language as a model, but went over it, and it went through, I see Jerry nodding, it went through the curriculum's policy and reg committee.
Thank you very much. Any additional discussion on any of those items? All right, we're moving on to section 9 on the agenda, which is administrative and business services. 9.1 is the 2020-2021 CCFS 311Q, the first quarterly financial status report. This is an action item, and the recommended action is that the Board of Trustees approve the 2020-2021 first quarterly financial status report for the Long Beach Community College District and authorize transmittal of the report to the California Community College's Chancellor's Office as submitted. This is a regularly appearing item on our agenda, and for the benefit of the public, the first quarter report is attached on board docs. I'll entertain a motion in a second.
Excuse me, could we have just a little report on where we stand after the first quarter in the middle of this pandemic? I know we have to submit a report and whatnot, but I think in the interest of our constituents, if you will, I'd like Marlene or somebody to just say, hey, this is kind of where we're at after 3 months.
Sure, and if I may, Marlene, could you also do the same with 9.1 and 9.2? Just if you can address the same points there.
Absolutely. Both items are related. 9.1 reflects the report that is required to be submitted to the Chancellor's Office, and 9.2 allows me to provide you and other interested parties with a snapshot of where we were and as we've gone through this first quarter of the year. Obviously, with the first quarter of the year, there hasn't been a lot of activity. You'll note that our revenues have not changed significantly. What has changed is our expenditures, and that's as a result of salary savings. So this is both a reflection of the difficulties of operating remotely under the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as a purposeful strategy, because we are projecting deficit spending. We have a purposeful strategy that all hires go through cabinet prior to hiring, regardless of whether it's an existing position or a new position, to determine whether that position is still necessary in its current description. So as a result, in the first quarter, we have saved roughly $1.5 million in salary and benefits. We now have a practice of reflecting salary savings on a quarterly basis rather than waiting till the end of the year, because we believe it to be more transparent. And a result of that savings, our deficit spending, projected deficit spending, has been reduced from about $6 million to about $4 million. We hope to continue to capture salary savings as we move throughout the year. However, there are concerns eventually that when the CARES Act funding is exhausted, if without additional aid and depending upon the length of the pandemic, we may need to shift some of those ongoing expenditures to the general fund. But we anticipate bringing to you a full and complete report on CARES Act and COVID-related funding at a future meeting once we get to about the halfway point of the year where it's significant and we can talk about what that looks like. But again, for the first quarter, no difference in revenues, no material differences in revenues, but rather we're looking at a little bit north of $1.5 million in savings as a direct relation from salary savings. So vacancies that are budgeted but not filled.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yes, Trustee Otto.
Thanks. So I have a constituent down the street that bugs me all the time and wonders what's going on with Long Beach City College. And if I tell him that we have saved $1.5 million in salaries and benefits in the first quarter of the year, he's going to say, oh, so you're not offering as many classes as you were. You're not moving forward. What the heck is this? And what shall I tell him?
I would say that we are still offering all those courses. We are still offering all of our programs and still operating all of our services. I will say that the folks who are here are working enormous hours, working with great diligence and effort to fill the holes of those vacancies. But I would also remind him that there are always vacancies. There is also always a level of turnover. We are just having greater difficulty in filling those positions, but we are examining each of those positions as we move forward. There are solutions and efficiencies that potentially could allow us to make more permanent salary reductions, but at this point, we are simply capturing that time period between a vacancy and its filling, and that time period is lengthened both from the difficulty in hiring as well as an examination of the necessity of that position.
Great. That's exactly what I'll tell him.
Fantastic.
You know what you should tell him, Trustee Otto? You should tell him to tune into this board meeting right around this time.
You better keep quiet. I'm going to tell him this is why I'm leaving the board.
Thank you, Marlene. That was great. And Trustee Baxter, did you have your hand up?
Yes, I had a question for Marlene, and it may sound like, I don't want to say a stupid question because you know there are no stupid questions, but okay, people are paying tuition. Theoretically, we are sending that to Sacramento. Is anything coming back at all? And am I oversimplifying my question?
I would answer that from a slightly different perspective. There are no substantial changes in funding from Sacramento. The primary change in this budget year was with the deferral of those payments.
Yeah.
So the deferrals will start late winter, February and March. And so I will be coming to the board next month with resolutions to issue cash financing so that we don't experience any issues when those payments are deferred. But that's the difference between our total revenues and the payments. So essentially the state's, going to pay us in 2021-22 instead of 2021. So we are fully prepared to manage that. We've done a lot of work. I'm really excited to bring to you that we believe that the financing is going to cost us very little. But that will be resolutions that I will bring to you along with the full report on those cash deferrals and what that cash financing looks like.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any additional questions? Okay, thank you. Good job, Marlene. That was great. All right, so 9.1 is an action item, so I'll entertain a motion and a second.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Trustee Otto, second by Trustee Baxter. Any additional discussion? All right, Madam Secretary, roll call vote. Madam Secretary, you're on mute.
I'm looking at her. Student Trustee Jimenez. What time is it?
It's still really early.
Aye.
Not for me. No. Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Uduak Joe Ntuk.
Aye.
Doug Otto.
Aye.
And Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item 9.2 is just an action item. Just an information item. It's the first quarter budget performance report for 2020, 2021. And I believe, Marlene, you gave us a great overview on that already. Thank you. Moving on to section 10 on the agenda, student services. While it is surprising that there are no items, because there usually are, I will say that there is definitely a robust calendar of student activities happening and student services. And I know there were some today. If you don't mind, Vice President Dr. Munoz, you can comment on what's happened yesterday and today. Dr. West, and we had a guest today. There's just so much. I don't understand why there's no items there. I kind of want a student services report there.
Thank you, Board President Malulu. Yes, so we've been very busy this week. Yesterday, we had Dr. Cornell West speak to our Justice Scholars, and so I want to acknowledge our Faculty Coordinator of Justice Scholars and Advisor, Dr. Anahita Madhavi. It's through her vision and leadership that really made it possible to bring Dr. West to our campus. And so that was a really great experience. And if you've ever heard him speak, he's passionate and inspiring. And I mean, he just really brings a message of love and uplifting and unification. And so it was a really great opportunity for our Justice Scholar students to connect with him. As well as today, we had a series of events. We had Angel Theory, who is a television film star and dancer from The Walking Dead. She's also happens to be deaf and hard of hearing. And so it was a really great opportunity to have a conversation with her and learn from her experiences, her journey, as well as talk about her groundbreaking character from The Walking Dead. And that was a popular moment for our students. And then lastly, our Student Equity Office is really stepping up and making sure that we're celebrating Native American History Month. And so today, actually during the board meeting, we had a powwow drum session that was held. And that was, I was getting pictures and text messages throughout the board meeting of the event. And again, thank you to Linda Olmos and as well as Interim Dean of Student Equity, Sonia De La Torre, for putting on those events. So it's just been a really great week.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Munoz. Sorry to put you on the spot like that. Yes, Trustee Otto?
Did we have to pay Dr. West?
So my understanding is no. To my knowledge, we did not. That he came on his out of the kindness. And don't fully quote me. I don't know if so let me clarify. The district did not pay. Now, whether or not the club did some type of sponsorship, because he actually came and spoke to the Justice Scholars Club. So I don't want to speak on behalf of the club because they have their own kind of approval process for their funds. But as far as like, student equity funds or any district resources, no, we did not provide that.
And the reason I asked the question is because I know he came and spoke to a campus-wide thing several years ago, and that cost us $30,000.
Oh,
so
yes.
I am pleased. I'm so pleased.
I don't think it was that much.
No, it was.
It's a lot of money, but it wasn't that much.
It was.
Yeah, I remember when he spoke, and I don't remember the exact amount, but I remember it was a topic of discussion at the board meeting because we were floored that that's how much it cost back then. I think it was before your time, Dr. Munoz.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. All right, but Dr. West is a great speaker, and it's great to have him on campus. I just would have probably tried to negotiate a little more. So maybe he came this time because we had paid him so much last time. Maybe he didn't charge us this time.
I think, really, I think it's a new world in the sense that it's different than flying in and having to provide accommodations and whatnot. When you're doing a virtual event, I think folks are oftentimes more flexible. And again, I think because of the great relationship he has with Dr. Madhavi in terms of, the work that they've done together, I think that played a big role in it as well. So I'm sure, but we really appreciate him. I can tell you, I was fanboying. I had chills. I got tongue tied. I didn't even get through most of my remarks because I was just so nervous. So I think it was a great event for our students.
Yes, it was. And I'm sure probably the fact that he wasn't there in person, they weren't able to get his autograph copied of his book. And he did provide a lot of those last time he was there. I still have mine. So you're right. Hopefully we didn't have to pay anything because it was virtual, but great speaker. Thank you. Thank you for providing a report at the last minute. Now we're going to move on to section 11 on the agenda. 11.1 is Board of Trustees. Any of my colleagues on the board cared to make a report, please? Trustee Baxter.
I have a report. First of all, and this is for Jenna. Okay, 2 or 3 years ago, Jorge Chavez sat next to me at the board meetings. He is running for the Bell Gardens City Council.
Yep.
And they have not counted every single vote, but he's still in the running.
Yep.
So there is an inspiration for you, Jenna, that in 2 years, I'm joking, but in the future, I hope you will join Jorge in doing something as far as public service goes. So
no pressure. No pressure.
Yeah, there you go. I want to congratulate Jorge. And by the way, he was a very smart young man because he asked me for a donation to his campaign. And I told him to ask Vivian. So I don't know what she did with that. I said, make sure you ask Vivian.
I did.
Good. Here's my report. On the 2nd, the day before Election Day, I voted in person because I have such a low trust level of mail-in balloting. But in 5 minutes, I was in and out. But also later that day, I went to an activity at Nieto Herrera Elementary School in which the Molina Foundation, which was founded by Martha Molina Bernadette, had a book giveaway. And this was so much fun to watch these little kids and their parents. They walked up, and depending on their age, they went to a table and they got to pick out 2 books for themselves that they could take home. And what impressed me was the excitement of the kids, the excitement of the teachers. Joe Baker obviously was there, Megan Kerr was there, and just the wonderful experience of these young people who may or may not have books of their very own. And so I want to thank Martha Molina Bernadette and her husband, Tino Bernadette, who were there and got to watch the whole thing. And it was just a lot of fun. Okay, then on the 4th of November, the Long Beach Rotary Scholarship Foundation honored Taryn Williams with the Mark Bixby Scholarship. And Taryn is a Long Beach City College graduate, a California Long Beach College graduate, and is now in graduate school working on her master's in social work or sociology, I'm not sure which, but her emphasis is on incarcerated youth. And I thought, this is fantastic that somebody has made that progression all the way across and they want to give back to their community. I also attended the, on the 5th, the foundation executive committee, and they are doing a great job, and I never meant to say anything less. And also in the evening, we selected Foundation Governor Robin Gordon Peterson to be the new appointee, the board appointee on the Personnel Commission, and I know she's going to do a super job. On the 7th of November, I attended the AA American Association of University Women Long Beach branch meeting, at which Herlinda Chico, soon to join our board, arranged for Senator Lena Gonzalez to speak. And she did a wonderful presentation on her work with the Senate responding to COVID and what they're doing, and especially its effect on women and children. Excellent. Then on the 12th, I attended the CCEJ board meeting. And then in the evening, they had a tribute to Gene Lensner, who died earlier this year. And he was praised. He was a superstar in human relations and just a wonderful man, and it was a great tribute. Then on the 13th, I attended a accreditation meeting with Kathy Scott and with Superintendent President Bynum, and I want to praise both of them. So Kathy, good, you turned on your back. I want to praise both of them. I am the representative from the board on board governance, on the governance section. And both of them have done an outstanding job in putting together. All I did was have to read and make suggestions and things like that. And so I want you to know that you, first of all, the board is being represented. And secondly, you're being represented well by Kathy and Luann. Then on the 17th, I participated in a committee on this accreditation report, and Jerry Florence was there representing the faculty, and Aaron Murphy, who's busy kind of pulling everything together, David Morse, who I've known for years. He's half statewide academic senate, half Long Beach City College. And so it was a wonderful meeting. And they were concerned because the deadline is December 17th. And I assured them we won't be the first and we won't be the last. So not to worry about it. Then I had to leave that meeting to go to the California Community College Women's Caucus initial meeting, put together by Linda Waugh, who is a trustee from up north. And this is amazing. The president of the statewide academic senate is female. The president of the CT is female. The president of the board of governors is female. Every leadership position, men, watch out because we're taking over, is due to having a female representation. And it was a real uplifting meeting. And I almost wish that the students, and they did have a student representative there who represents the statewide, student organization. But I wish more students would see this as a incentive to get involved, and it's great. Then today, the Senior Studies Associate had a Zoom meeting, and Dr. Craig Hendricks, my colleague, did, and I brought this up before the election, he talked about the election. Now he talked about after the election. It was very robust discussion. Well, I won't say. I asked him who I thought who would replace Kamala Harris, so I better not say that because I shouldn't be speaking for him. But it was interesting who he thought, not who I thought. And anyway, it was great. We had 40 seniors participate, listen, give input about the election and the outcome of the election. Then two things. On next Wednesday, November 25th, the Helping Homeless Students Associate Group of the Foundation is providing dinner for 150 students. This is, the food is being prepared by our culinary arts students and distributing through Justin Mendez, who is Basic Needs, and Tamara Lincoln, who is our liaison person. They're going to come out and pick them up at the parking structure next Wednesday. And so my committee's busy volunteering the culinary arts students. And so it's students helping students. And I think this is fantastic. I want to thank Chef Haley, who agreed to do this. And the reason that I thought of it is normally the foundation has this lovely buffet and we all go and we have a great dinner and it's fantastic. Well, they had no one to prepare food for. So I thought, let's give them an opportunity. And then the last thing, and this is a very sad thing. 2 weeks ago, one of the main foundation people who is given a scholarship, she's been the child development liaison. She's just a lovely, lovely person. Ruth Williams passed away. And Ruth, in addition to being involved with the foundation, she and her husband Luther have a scholarship for an African-American student. And in addition, she also was the president of the Bogus White Foundation. And this is a foundation that was started in the 1930s by two ladies, Mrs. Bogus and Mrs. White, who happened to be from the South, who moved to Long Beach. And they raised money for scholarships, not for a specific race, but for people who work to better race relations. And so poor Ruth, who is just a lovely, lovely person, has passed away, and I would like to adjourn the meeting in her memory. And that is my report.
Thank you, Trustee Baxter. Who'd like to go next? Trustee Otto, do you have a final closing report? The departing report?
Yeah. I've got three thank yous that I forgot earlier in the evening. And that is Gabby Ochoa what created that video. And I have been told by my friends who do these kinds of things that as important as books are in the future, if you don't know video, you're going to be left behind. And so my eternal gratitude to Gabby Ochoa for putting together the video that they showed earlier tonight. And really lastly, I wanted to congratulate Herlinda Chico on her campaign and her winning my seat on the board. And I know she'll do a good job. She's very involved in community affairs and very knowledgeable about political affairs. And lastly, I just want the board itself to recognize Dick Gaylord. Dick Gaylord had spent 23 years on the Personnel Commission. He's done incalculable things for Long Beach City College. He's always been smart, always available to help out. He's done many, many more things in the community. When I helped found the Friends of Belmont Shore, it needed a strong person to be the president. And I asked Dick, and he said, of course I will. And he's been the president there with the exception of about 1 year for the entire existence of the organization. And I just can't say enough about all the service that Dick has done to the community. And so I think we should recognize him for all that work. So that's my report.
Thank you. Trustee Zia, do you have a report?
No report. Thank you.
Okay, and Trustee Untuck, there you are. Do you have a report for us?
Am I off mute?
Yes, you are.
Okay, I'm in a battle for who can give a long report with Trustee Baxter. Me or her? No, I'm kidding.
All I can say is the pool says if we finish before 9, somebody wins a lot of money.
Okay, I didn't get in the pool.
I think we contribute some.
Is it okay? Jackie's giving me hand signals. Just briefly, I was going to say also congratulations to her, Linda Chico, on a hard-fought campaign, and look forward to welcoming her to the board. And I'll be there on the 30th. November 30th is Dick's last commission meeting. I'm going to hopefully chime in and say a few words. And I was able to serve with him for 2.5, almost 3 years on the Personnel Commission. So also, thank him for his service to the district. And so that's all I had. And also, I just want to thank Trustee Otto again. Been good serving with you last 2 years, and look forward to working with you at the school board. And also, I guess, congratulate Eric Miller. Got elected to that last school board seat in West Long Beach. So a couple newly elected education board members across the city. We look forward to strengthening our relationship between Long Beach City College and Long Beach Unified.
Thank you. I have a few items that I'd like to report on. So the day after our meeting, I had an opportunity for the first time to sign the beam. This was on Thursday, the 29th, and Dario has the photographs of that. When I went to sign the beam, the gentleman who escorted me asked me if I'd ever done that before, and I told him no, and he said it was kind of a big deal in the construction world. And there's another photograph there. I didn't know anything about that. And it was the first time that it had been made available to the board. My takeaway from that, and Dario, you can go ahead and cue up the next picture there. My takeaway from that encounter was the fact that he said that nobody will ever see that beam. No one will ever, it's just a beam that goes up into the frame of the building, of the construction. It's not even forward facing or public facing. And I said, what's the purpose of it? If, is it going to be like you walk through and you see it? And he looked at me and he said, no. He said, it's just a thing. It's just a construction thing. The crew signs it. The project managers sign it. I can't believe nobody had ever told the board, and nobody had ever told us. So I went to do it just because I thought it was kind of a neat thing to do. But nobody will ever see that. So that's why I took a picture, because at least now you guys know that somewhere in the CLAC, the Kinesiology Labs Aquatic Center, is a beam that has board member signatures on it. Okay, on November 3rd, I just want to commend the students who popped up on my social media feed who were posting pictures of themselves voting. I don't know if I didn't realize that everybody was posting pictures of I voted, for the last few weeks leading up to Election Day. But it really impressed me that we have Long Beach City College students taking part in such an important civic engagement, and the opportunity for them to let their voices be heard through their vote was just really inspiring. So to every student who was out there posting, there's so many of you. And I thought it was so cute how you stuck I voted stickers on your children. I didn't even know some of you were parents. So I'm so glad. I'm so glad. And unfortunately, because of, what's happening in the world, we weren't able to have voting centers on campus, but we weren't able to have voting activities like we had 2 years ago for the midterm election, where we actually brought the city clerk on campus and we had students making videos, and that was neat. So hopefully we'll be able to do that again in the future. On November 5th, I was also a part of that commission appointment meeting to Robin, where we approved her appointment to the Personnel Commission. And just like Trustee Baxter said, I do believe she's going to do an outstanding job. That was a great meeting. And I think Dario has a picture of just a gallery view of that meeting. And there's everybody just, we're all so proud of Robin, and I think she's going to do a great job. And I'd also like to thank Dick Gaylord for his years of service to the Personnel Commission and his dedication to the district. So we definitely look forward to Robin there, just following in his footsteps in that seat. Now, Trustee Baxter, that Saturday, which I believe was November 7th, I think that was the day that the election was called. I was supposed to be at both of those meetings that you mentioned, the AAUW and also the Women's Caucus. I'd actually RSVP'd for both, but I was so caught up with the election, and I'm a news junkie, and it's a Saturday I'll never forget, because I literally sat in my pajamas, just, I had 4 TVs on watching. So I wasn't able to join you at those meetings, but I am aware, and I am a member of the Community College's Women Caucus. I was at the first meeting. The first meeting was actually with Delane Easton a couple of months ago. So it was a great event, and I'm sorry I missed it, but I know there's a video, and at some point I'm going to play it as I'm driving somewhere so I could hear it. Now, I'm going to skip an event to talk about Veterans Day. Last week, Wednesday, on November 11th, I just want to give a shout out to all of our students who are veterans, all of our Vikings. We were not able to have a Veterans Day parade this year, and unfortunately, we're not going to be able to have any of our holiday parades either. But the veterans on campus are a very important part of the fabric of our college family, and I really believe that they should be recognized. And everything is so messed up with the pandemic that we're not able to have activities, but I think Veterans Day is one of the most important days of the year. And the fact that we have students who are on our campus who are former veterans, I just really want to acknowledge them. Now, every year, we always have events around Veterans Day, and the Veterans Club will make an appearance. And I just want to let every student who might be watching or listening know that we look forward to being able to interact with you. And don't stop, don't be discouraged. We need you now more than ever, and take advantage of whatever services are available to you. And please make sure that you're part of the district. Okay, so I'm going to say one more thing before I go back to the really cool thing. So I'm supposed to close with a little message about Thanksgiving. But I just want to say something to raise a little awareness. Last year, 2019, was the first year in my life in the United States, because remember, I came to the US when I was 7 years old, and I'd never heard of Thanksgiving ever until that fall. I came to the US September 16th, 1981, and that November, I was putting my hand on a piece of paper and tracing my hand and making a turkey out of my thumb in the 2nd grade. And I didn't know what I was doing. And I was reading books about the Pilgrims and making little black and white costumes out of construction paper every year. And I learned about Thanksgiving. And it wasn't until last year, I'm 46 years old now. I was 45 years old last year. It wasn't until last year that someone actually pulled me to the side after my LBCCD board meeting, in which I wished everybody a happy Thanksgiving. It was actually that same night, who said to me that Thanksgiving is actually pretty painful for Native Americans. And I thought it was really ironic because we had just passed a resolution for the first time to honor Native American History Month. So here I am, on the one hand, we're passing a resolution to acknowledge Native American history. And on the other hand, I'm wishing everybody a happy Thanksgiving. And it was incongrous to me to have someone pull me to the side and say, you know, you kind of contradicted yourself there, because Thanksgiving is a painful event. And then I start reading this dark side, and it just really blew my mind. So rather than going back in time, and I'm getting a little emotional because one of my friends is Native American, and I called her today to tell her that I was really torn about this. Her family has a really deep-rooted history in some of the atrocities that happened to her people, her ancestors. So I just want to acknowledge the fact that it is a day of being grateful and a day of giving thanks, but that what we have been conditioned to believe, what we've been taught in a lot of the textbooks, I believe is going to change in the future. And I believe that, and I hope that some of the textbooks that are future generation children, because my kids have already been ingrained with the traditional Thanksgiving story, I hope that future generations of children can actually get a more comprehensive story of Thanksgiving, and that perhaps more truth will come out. And it's not just Thanksgiving, but it's other holidays. So with that, I just want to wish everybody a great, restful time of reflection and thanks. And if you do celebrate it, and if your family does participate, like many of our families do, with the food and the camaraderie, and this year is going to be downscaled because of the pandemic and trying to keep everybody socially distant and safe, just maybe do some research and take a moment to reflect on that. Perhaps Thanksgiving, as we grew up knowing it, is not a season of celebration for everybody. Now that I kind of brought the party down with a total downer, let me bring it back up and close my report with the coolest thing I have ever done since I've been on the board. Now, I don't know if any of you noticed, but this is my last official, quote unquote, regularly scheduled board meeting that I get to adjourn. This is the last real board meeting that I get to run, and I'm so happy because I'm tired, I'm burnt out. It was a very long year and a half of me being board president, and I was telling Luann that I didn't get to do a lot of the fun things. So being board chair means a lot of extra meetings, a lot of extra planning, a lot of extra decision making. But then you also get to do a lot of fun things. You get to attend a lot of different events and represent the district and speak on behalf of the college. Well, because of COVID, I didn't get to do the fun things. I made a lot of videos that probably not a lot of people watch. And I wrote a few statements that probably not a lot of people read. But I feel like I kind of got robbed of the great experience, but I did all the work. I did all the, and then some, all the extra work of being board chair. So the universe made it up to me on Monday, November 9th, because we shot the video for the virtual ribbon cutting of the parking structure. And I had no idea what was waiting for me when I got there. So let me just brag a little bit, because of all my 4.5 years being on this board and long year and a half of being board president, the coolest thing I ever did, Dario, go ahead and show the picture, is I got to drive a $150,000 Tesla, okay, hello, that's got the LBCC CTE logo on it, through the ribbon for the parking structure. I don't even know when the video for the parking structure will be released, but Dario, you can go ahead and just go through those pictures. The neat thing about this is that our students work on this Tesla. This is part of our career technical education program with our wonderful automotive students, advanced transportation technology students. So there I am holding the key. There's Gabby. She's recording it as I'm driving through the ribbon. So forget cutting it with those large scissors. And of course, there's me in a Tesla. Hello, can I just floss a little bit? Of course, I'm sending all my friends this picture and they think I bought a new Tesla. And then keep going there, Dario. So That's me. Oh, those pictures went out of order. So I'm driving through, and then check out this gigantic screen. I've never been in a Tesla before, but this screen is like a huge TV, and that's the map that you're looking at, LBCC, the Pacific Coast campus there. It's got internet, Wi-Fi, Google. If you're sitting in your car, you can get Netflix in the parking lot right on this car. And the images are crystal clear. So you can look down, just amazing, the Tesla technology. And the neat thing about it is that our students get to work on that. And those are two of our advanced transportation technology students. On the left is Jose Gonzalez. He's a second year LBCC student. And on the right is Pablo Martinez. He's an alumni, class of 2013. And both of them work on campus, and they were great. I had to have a tutorial on how to open the door, how to get in the car. And then as far as the parking structure, which I think all of you are very interested in, amazing structure, just great solar powered electric vehicle charging stations. I can't wait. I'm so excited that this is happening on the Pacific Coast campus. And the gentleman on the left is, let me see, I have his name written down. I want to make sure I give him his name. His name is Greg Huiba, and Greg Huiba is a project manager from McCarthy. And the gentleman on the right is Manish Trivedi, and he's from Cordoba. And they were great because they actually took me around the structure and showed me some of the really neat elements. So I just want to let all of you know that, you know, it's been great serving as board chair, but I'm happy that it's going to be over very soon. I've got, you know, about a month to go and maybe a few little procedural things to complete. But what a way to end it for me, because I was unhappy that I kind of got robbed of all the fun things, but I got to drive a Tesla through the ribbon cutting of the parking structure. So that's going to be my lasting memory. And that concludes my report. Thank you, everybody. And now we're going to move on to section item 11.2 on the agenda. Are there any future reports that the board is requesting? I know Trustee Zia requested a report of the foundation, that expense item on the budget. So that'll be on next month's agenda. Is there anything else?
Can I make a suggestion?
Yes, Trustee Otto.
You know, as a final act, as a trustee, I have been thinking for about 6 months about how good it would be to have a report on our committee system. And in particular, I know we have 2 standing committees, but we're doing a lot of ad hoc committees. And it would be interesting to know how many we have, how many people participate, who those people are who are participating. And just as a, you know, this is work to be done by the staff about, you know, what the benefits are and what the costs are, because I can see that sometimes the information stays in the ad hoc committees and doesn't get out to the board. Sometimes they can't schedule meetings, and I think it would be good to just have an inventory of how we're doing this, because it's a governance thing. And as you all know, my pet peeve is how important it is for any nonprofit board, including our board, to work together and to do things together so that that we can be the best board that we can possibly be. I've seen boards all over the country, and the best ones are the ones that work together on shared, acknowledged goals. And I wonder how that relates to how we do our committee system, and I don't know the answer to that. So that's the request for what it's worth. You guys can lift it up or not. As you want to, you might talk to your administration about that. And lastly, this is not a committee request, but I just wanted to say thank you to everybody on the board that this board and all the boards that I've been on at Long Beach City College. It's always a lot of work, but it's incredibly rewarding, and you get a perspective that you don't have if you're out in the audience. And so Vivian, Sunny, Udawak, Jenny. I thank all of you for working with me and putting up with me for this work. So that's it.
Well, Trustee Otto, we'd be happy to add that report on the agenda on the condition that you return when we report back your request. So,
I'll speak to you from the podium.
All right. Board President Malauulu, you asked for that one time, and I did supply that to you. It might need updating. She wanted me to go back to the history of the college, but I didn't have that much information. But it was as far back as we could. But
yeah, and I still have that, Jackie. So maybe we can just fine tune it and do like a brief report next month. It'll also be beneficial, I think, for Trustee Chico to have that, and certainly looking forward to her joining the board, and I'm sure she'll appreciate getting the information. All right, if no...
Malauulu, were we going to have a report about the police contract too? Also?
We have to have a meeting, so that's
okay.
What the issue was. So Trustee Untek and I are trying to coordinate. Okay.
I'd like to clarify something. This item for future reports is not about future agenda items. It's about specific reports like your housing insecurity and so forth, things that are not regularly going to or automatically be agendized. So let's keep it in the parameters of, that's not about committees, because then that has to come from a department. It's about future reports on specific items that don't appear normally on agendas, okay? And it would be a board member, and then the board's consensus. So if it's going to be the police thing, that might come under trustee committee report. That wouldn't necessarily come under here.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, and section 12, I believe we've got 3 comments on non-agenda items.
We have one voicemail, which will be played by Dario, and 2 emails that will be read out by Mr. Jeff Wood. So Dario will play the voicemail first. These are on non-agenda items.
Okay.
Good evening, trustees. My name is Kevin Pokriva. I am the regional executive with Kitchell CEM and would like to provide a comment on agenda item CN 22080.8 from the August 20th, 2020 board meeting. First, I'd like to start by thanking you for allowing me to introduce Kitchell to the district. I would also like to thank Marlene, Alan, Bob, and others for implementing a very thorough and fair RFQ process. As you may recall, during the August meeting, a contract was put forward by staff recommending Kitchell be awarded a construction management contract for small projects. The Kitchell proposal was evaluated and awarded based on our proven experience with similar agencies, expertise in construction and project management, and our fee structure. During this meeting, there was discussion about who Kitchell is, and ultimately the decision to award the contract was tabled. I'd like to provide some clarity around a few items that were discussed in the August meeting, as well as the October Facilities Subcommittee meeting. First, we're not a Boston-based company. Our founder, Sam Kitchell, was originally from Massachusetts. After serving in World War II with the Navy, he moved west and started Kitchell in 1950. Kitchell CEM is headquartered in Sacramento with a local downtown LA office. We've been in Southern California for over 30 years. We are not considered a large firm. We are considered a mid-sized construction management firm with over 90% of our business in the state of California. We are employee-owned. We're not a large publicly traded entity working for investors, nor are we a family-owned business working to enrich a single family. All employees have an ownership stake in this company, and it helps define our culture of accountability, entrepreneurship, and customer service. Diversity is at the core of our values and is reflected in the people we hire and mentor. We are committed to giving back to our clients and the communities in which we work in. We are also committed to helping local small businesses succeed. In fact, we've heard you loud and clear about concerns regarding not having a local small business. To address these concerns, we've decided to partner with CTI, a local Long Beach small minority and woman-owned business owned by Robin Thorne. We are committed to providing 33% of our contract to CTI to show our commitment to local small minority businesses. I ask that you consider moving forward with approving our contract that was won through a very fair and thorough RFQ process by staff. We are a highly qualified firm, having worked with many CCDs across the state, and we really look forward to beginning this long partnership with Long Beach City College. I promise you that, if given the opportunity, you will quickly see our commitment to the local community, small businesses, and Long Beach City College to improve the conditions of the learning environment for all students. Thank you for your time and consideration.
There were 2 written emails received. The first one I'll read now. To the members of the Long Beach Community College District, I, Raj Matani, a former student of Long Beach City College and current student at the University of California, Berkeley, am writing to inform the board and attest to the character and integrity of Sunny Zia and her direct impact on my life. This letter was written in response to the numerous baseless and defamatory accusations that other board members have leveled against Ms. Zia, in particular from board member Entuck. These accusations seem overinflated and without merit, and resemble that of a political hit job against a very talented and accomplished woman. I have personally known Sunny Zia for 5 years, and she is the embodiment of honor, integrity, and dedication. The definition of a caring professional public servant. During the time that I have known Sunny Zia, she has always demonstrated a deep care and understanding for the students that she serves, which is evident by the initiative she has spearheaded for the betterment of the Long Beach City College student body. This is in stark contrast to the other board members who just idly sit behind the scenes and only pontificate their own speeches and photo ops. This is why Sunny Zia is very well known and respected among the student population, and is perhaps the only board member for whom students can place a face to the name, and why she has the reputation for being our voice and representative. Many students have often referred to Sunny Zia as the voice for the voiceless. Ms. Zia is truly Ms. Zia is truly a special and rare figure in this day and age, because when so many office holders seem unwilling to engage or work with their constituents, Sunny Zia does the opposite. She is warm and inviting and always listens to those she represents, and will often go out of her way to find a solution to help them with any problem they are facing. She represents the epitome of public service and advocacy for those she represents. Ms. Zia, during the recent protests calling for racial justice, met and spoke with students protesting outside of her own personal residence rather than retreat and hide from them. She met and spoke with them to reassure them that she understands their concerns and will work tirelessly to address them. During my time at LBCC, I have seen the countless ways in which Sunny Zia has fought for the students, such as the DACA Legal Workshop and the Community and Industry Partnership. Furthermore, when I was a student at LBCC, I found the campus bureaucracy to be intimidating, challenging, and totally dysfunctional. As a student who suffers from a learning disability, navigating the campus bureaucracy became a full-time job, as I had to meet with counselors, directors, and other staff in order to get a simple accommodation afforded to me by federal law. During this time in seeking my request from LBCC, I was in the midst of applying to the UC and Cal State College campuses and needed an accommodation to fulfill the I Get C requirement. And in my pursuit of this accommodation, I found nothing but roadblocks, culminating in having my parents having to accompany me on these meetings and conducting extra research to be highly prepared for my meetings, as it seemed many of the staff had no idea on what to do or how to proceed. In fact, the campus bureaucracy was so dysfunctional that I had to ask Sunny Zia to please advocate on my behalf to get the dean of the campus and the head of the counseling office to sign off on my accommodation. And she went out of her way to ensure that it got sent to me in a timely manner, well ahead of the deadlines imposed by the colleges I applied to. In short, it was Sunny Zia who played a pivotal role in me being able to attend the University of California, Berkeley. Had it not been for her tireless and tenacious advocacy, I most likely would have been unable to attend UC Berkeley and reach my full potential, and would have had to settle for a less prestigious college. I do hope the board will end its political hit job on Sunny Zia and issue a full apology to her, restoring her full honor and reputation that has so needlessly suffered because of these meritless and baseless accusations. To the members of the board, just realize that the voters and student body population of LBCC will not forget these actions. The next written public comment is from Andy Matani. This letter is in response to recent ad hominem allegations by some board members against trustee Sunny Zia. I have known Sunny for over 10 years, and she is the personification of honor and integrity. My son has attended LBCC and found her always helping him and the students. She is a consummate advocate for students and supports them while they face many challenges in their scholastic pursuit and personal lives. It is with great consternation to read about petty political accusations brought on by some of her political adversaries on the board, in particular Uduak Entuk. Mr. Entuk is spending our tax dollars settling political scores and has a personal vendetta against Ms. Zia. It is sad to see Mr. Entuk and other board members attempting political hit jobs on a woman of impeccable character. These board members should focus on doing the work of the people, not petty politics. Sunny is a true caring public servant with a proven track record with the community. It is clear that those on the board who do not exemplify the same integrity are trying to stain a reputation. We as voters recognize what is happening and will not forget. Madam President, that's the end of the written comments received.
Thank you, Jeff. I appreciate hearing back from our alumni students, especially those that have gone on to college. I appreciate that. Okay, we are going to move on to section 13 on the agenda. There is no second closed session this evening. And now section 14 on the agenda. I'm gonna turn it over to Trustee Baxter. She already mentioned that she'd like to adjourn in honor of Ruth Williams. If you'd like to say a few words, additional words, and then send it back to me, and then I'll adjourn the meeting.
Yes, thank you, President Malauulu. Yes, I would like to adjourn the meeting in memory of Ruth Williams, a lifelong proponent of education, a former elementary school teacher in the Long Beach Unified School District, a scholarship donor, and also a scholarship supporter through the Bogus White Foundation.
Thank you very much, Trustee Baxter. And now just an announcement that the next regular meeting will be the annual organization of the Board of Trustees, yay, will be held on December 21st, 2020. Closed session will be at 4:30 p.m., open session at 5:30 p.m. And it is now 9:27 p.m. It gives me great pleasure to adjourn my last official regular scheduled meeting for the Board of Trustees. Thank you, everybody. Have a great night.
You'll start out the next meeting.
Right, I'll open the meeting, but it'll be my last time adjourning it right now. So everybody have a great evening. Last regular meeting, I understand. Thank you.